Sorry, I had to have some fun. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. What's up? How you doing, folks? Had to give you a nice, loud beginning of the stream. I promise it won't be like that the whole time. But it's going to be a good time. Oh, yeah. I'm happy to be back, guys. It's been a minute. It has been a little minute. We have been all over the place, just traveling and things. And I've been, honestly, I'm not going to lie, I've been missing the chat, our sessions, these important times that we take together to maintain our sanity and hopefully get through this marathon together. But also, I kind of miss playing Star Citizen, not going to lie. It's like what's going on? I'm getting some itches here. Welcome back, everybody. Hold on, let me turn on the fan. My friends, it is time. God, we've got a lot to go over today, folks. I've actually got a whole wheel here of names I just threw together of a whole bunch of different things. Oh, we got a double up here. Let me remove that. We got a whole bunch of different things that we're going to be going over today. We missed Star Citizen news, we missed Jump Space news, we missed Stellaris news, we missed No Man's Sky drama. Oh my gosh, it's a lot. But first, I want to say hello to you. Thank you, everybody. If you were back here for the lovely reintroduction to the stream, I guess this little I don't even know what to call it, mid-year refresh interlude, whatever you will. This light is not that bright, is it? Can you get a little brighter, please? Hold on. Let me see if I can turn that up a bit. You're washing out my neck wrinkles. I don't even know what light is that. That's this one. Come on. Brighten it up a little. There we go. That's better. I don't even know where to start. Welcome in. Let me go back to chat real quick. Let me say hello to everybody. Cause like, I see you, notification gang. Honestly, it's been 2 weeks. It's easy to miss the stream. I really heckingly appreciate you guys being here right when we kick off for the new age. Happy Rapture, everyone. Happy post-Rapture survival week, day, season. Yay! Not only did we make it past 2012, we are still here in 2025. Let's see if we make it until GTA 6 comes out. Tom, good to see you, by the way, over on YouTube. First one in. Hello, how you doing? Welcome in, Mrs. Tomato with the dancing. Razor, Shaman. I noticed Mrs. Tomato no longer can dance in chat. Sad day. Big update, by the way. We're going to go over everything that's changed here on the stream. It's actually not too much. It's just a couple of different things. You notice the starting screen. I'm sure you noticed this screen. And the normal screen that we're usually on is a little bit different too. But big update for you all. Chat now goes from the bottom. Okay? Wanted to change that around so that I wasn't confusing people who were coming in here for the first time when you're reading chat on the platforms from the bottom, but then you're reading it on the screen over here from the top. That's kind of dumb. So I have flipped the direction. Chat now scrolls from the bottom on every screen. Just keep that in mind so you're not getting confused when you're trying to catch up. I've also got to get that focused because it still scrolls from the top on my end. Cyber Lycan, good to see you. Mr. Juke, Sir Juke Sky Squawka. Always glad to see you in chat, dude. Vastin, welcome in. Man, you holding down the cookies? Vastin and the crew been holding down GII the last 2 weeks. I gotta get stuck back in. But we've got some things to share, some ideas and stuff. So I'm looking forward to getting jazzed right back into that as well. Fola in the chat. Good to see you, dude. Astro Monkey, welcome in. Zoster with the hello. Frisch Prince, welcome in, man. Maverick, my man Mav. How are things doing in the year of tomorrow, the 25th of September? You've been 2 days post-Rapture, dude. Good for you. Man disappears for weeks and comes back with a new countdown. Dog, not even a new countdown, all right? I've tweaked some of the music stuff behind the scenes. See if you catch it next time. I no longer have to manually switch the music over. You know how we have like the Deus Ex music that we kind of ride into the stream? And then we finish off with the hype track. I don't have to do that myself anymore. It was the smallest task, but it took me like 3 months to do. So that's also new. I don't know. It's got new starting screen smell. I like it. So cool. Good to see you, friend. Velocity, welcome in. Astro Monkey, I see you got your chat delayed because you asked for feet pics. It's toe pics, dude. The bot doesn't like you asking about feet, only toes. All right. Sakul gifted 5 memberships. Oh, hey-oh. He's getting to start us off on the toes gang today. Straight fresh and early. Thank you, my friend. I think once again, I'm not getting alert noises. Man, streaming's crazy. But Sakul, you're going up on the toes gang. As the first fresh support of the day, thank you so much for helping the stream keep going. The big 24. What's the big 24? Did you just sub up too? Hold up. Yeah, I'm not getting these alerts. Craw Nice subbed up 9 months. 12 months in total here supporting the stream. Thank you so much for a Twitch year. Maverick with the resub, 25 months. Commander KW, 6 months subbed. Panic Switch, 30 months, dude. God. Thank you, dude. Thank you all. Thank you, guys. Symphony of Steel, you as well. Y'all are awesome, homies. Keeping it trill, as a philosopher once said back in the 2000s. I believe his name was Bun B. All right, where are we? What are we missing? Still getting into that giveaway. Good for y'all. Keep it going. We are going to pull that giveaway today. So if you do want the chance to win a copy of the game, plus an intrepid little starter ship, it's a good package to gift off to a friend you want to get into the game at some point. You can have us hold on to it until you want to actually get it to them. You can claim it for yourself. You can melt it for some credit. Whatever you want, though. That ship is yours. Well, there's a chance that ship is yours, but get into that giveaway. Mrs. Tomato's going to be pulling it today, and then we'll be starting on the next one probably later this week or next week. Please, no spoilers. Going to finish the series this week. No spoilers. Oh, you guys watching The Expanse right now? Just saw The Expanse Season 2, Episode 5. This show is great. We actually just restarted The Expanse. So, oh yeah. Oh, it's a Fortune, not an Intrepid. Right, sorry about that. Salvaging. Thank you very much. Not starting. I'm a little sick, so I will be leaning off to the side and... Okay, I heard that alert. I heard that alert. That worked. I think we might be good. I will be leaning off to the side and coughing every once in a while. Don't mind me. I'm not dying. But if you do think I'm dying, generally what helps me get better is sticky toffee pudding and poutine. You can send it to the address listed down below. Or sticky toffee pudding, poutine, or cigars, apparently. Mad Rhetoric, hey. How you doing, dude? Sketto, good to see you. Sevens, buddy. Kendall, welcome in. Your boyfriend has turned you into Star Citizen, man. You never gamed before, and you're 49 years old, so thank you for being so helpful with Star Citizen information. It really helps us. I am happy to help. I'm just glad there are enough people listen. Okay, this is like the coolest game ever, all right? I have so many problems with the way the development has gone. Not everything is doing what I would prefer for this game. It's not becoming the perfect game for me. But Star Citizen, as it is pitched and as it is being developed, is the coolest thing that I've encountered in video gaming. So I like to just talk about it, and it's a blessing, to be quite honest, that there are enough people who also like to talk about it, because let's be real, this has taken a while and it's been a little rough, and well, yeah, I appreciate that you are interested in hearing the stuff I'm even talking about. What a nerd. Hell yeah, dude. Super nerd. Sorry using your boyfriend's account. He's not gay, but it's okay to be whatever you want to be. Yeah, I mean, no, it's all good. You could like whatever you like, especially in sci-fi, man. That's what it's all about. Just came in for the toot toots. Oh, the little... That's my favorite from Bob's Burgers. This dude's doing a little dance competition. Like a hip-hop dance competition, and he makes the sound himself while he's dancing, and it cracks me up every time. They're just doing like this little synchronized dance, and he's like, yeah, that's right. Honestly, that's what I should record his voice and have that be the air horn instead of a real air horn on this. That'd be funny. Migton07, good to see you. Daroff, hello, happy to see you here. What'd you miss? What did you miss? Let's go, let's go. Now you're gonna have to play the song Obsidian. Good to see you, buddy. From what I've seen, we missed quite a bit. So this is gonna be a fun stream. Why not let Mr. Chair use those 2 weeks to build up his community? Mr. Chair has been teaming up with Space Tomato 2 to kind of steal my content. So I'm actually, don't let him know I said this, but he's like right here listening. He's so weird. I'm trying to give, wanna balance out his screen time. All right, let's not get confused about why we're here. It's for the red phone, to be honest. That's why we're here. I don't even know where the red phone is. Sad day. You only just reinstalled second time this year. Looks like you just missed the ship availability rotation. Is that new every 0.1 patch? Ship availability rotation? What do you mean by that? I actually don't know that one. Please elaborate. What's up, Destroy? Back on your day off. Welcome in, dude. Glad to have you with us. Perfect timing, I do agree. Where have we been? We went on a little vacation with my parents. They invited us out for a family trip. It was them, my sister, her girlfriend, and for part of the time. And we got to go see some of the Pacific Northwest, actually. So lived in California my whole life, but only been up the west coast of America maybe 2 or 3 times now. To Portland, to Seattle, Bend, Oregon, Bellevue, just like a little road trip, little post-graduation road trip. This was a chance to see it in a different way. You know how when like you're in college and you go to travel, or like after college you go to travel somewhere or do something and you have just like no money whatsoever? So you're kind of just like looking at everything and moving around and like just experiencing stuff. This was the chance to not do that. That was like my whole first experience seeing the Pacific Northwest. Traveling with the family, obviously we got to do more like family dinners and see some stuff. They actually booked a cruise, so we did get to go see some of Alaska as well. And I saw a glacier. I'm betting for the first and potentially last time that I might see one in person, at least as big as it was. It was really cool though. It was a whole bunch of ice. I love ice, especially when it comes in cream forward, but ice in general is a cool part of the world, you know? I see it as just yet another god over this earth, all right? It's literally, they create the land we live on. It's pretty crazy. And so we got to do like a little canoe trip out across a lake. It was me, Mrs. Tomato, and a couple random people, like 4 or 5 other random people. We all got in a canoe and we paddled our way across this glacier lake. And it wasn't too bad. It was actually pretty easy, they said, going there. Then we got there, and I think I have a picture I could show you here. We got there, and we were not very far from the glacier. It was, it's humbling, to be quite honest. It is truly something else. Let me show you a picture I got here that's pretty fun. So the thing about this was like most of the people were going to see these through helicopter or by just going to like a trailhead that was a couple miles away and watching from a distance, but we actually got pretty dang close because we took the canoe. And let's see, kind of give you an idea of just how close we were. Can I pop this out? Can we go ahead and pop this out? So this is, you can see the glacier right here. Oh, it's not the right screen. There we go. So you can see the glacier here in the background. Up here, this is like the gigantic, just flowing river of ice. But the cool thing is this tree in the front that you're looking at here is actually like thousands of years old. Brace yourself, because glaciers are receding and they're not supposed to be right now. But one of the things that the tour guide talked about was that like this tree, they carbon dated to being thousands of years old, but it was caught under the glacier for all that time that it partially, what's the word? petrified. The tree got partially petrified, so it's kind of still able to support itself and life around it and stuff. And this tree was under the glacier, under the ice, 4 years ago. This blows my mind. It's the craziest thing I think I learned on the whole trip, is like this river of ice that was there for thousands of years only receded in the last 4 years in this area, and the tree still exists. You can see the plants coming back. It's crazy to me. Petrified. Thank you. The idea of just like how the world works and the scale that it works on, or just anything, science in general, works across millennia, makes me wish that I could just be a omnipresent camera view, right? That's just looking at the world over the course of thousands of years and seeing the way that like the land shifts and the ice shifts and the water rises and sinks and animals migrate and all that stuff is super interesting to me. But unfortunately, we're kind of just soggy, dilapidated, ever depreciating bags of meat, so we can't stick around for too long. But at least I got to actually pick up some of the ice because we got so close we could find some of it floating around on the water. So I've gotten to eat a glacier was my highlight. So me and Mrs. Tomato got to have a lot of fun out there, take some pictures, see some new things, get some new perspective, and just enjoy some family time. And that was a really good time. The trip back after this was awful. Like I said, it wasn't too windy going out there, but on the way back out from there, it was like just stupidly windy. And I don't think I have any pictures or videos of that because we were pretty focused on just trying to paddle our way home. Yeah, I think you can kind of see it here. You can see like the water is much rougher. It was pretty flat before. This is Miss Tomato paddling. There's a little iceberg that we're going past. But it was just a crazy experience, and I thought I'd let you guys in on a little story from that. Since you asked where we were, that's where we were. We were in the land of ice and snow, except there wasn't that much ice and snow because it is September. And yeah, to be honest, I don't know what's better, spaceships or glaciers. Would I rather see the Apollo or would I rather see a glacier? I feel like I really missed out on something here. Kidding. Go visit places. Go touch grass if you ever get the chance. People were telling me about it, but I didn't know. It's very good stuff. At least there was some recorded content for while they were gone. Yeah, we released a couple of videos, but we're back on the grind, back on the work. I've got a Jump Space video actually in the works for you guys. I am a huge fan of Jump Space. If you haven't played it yet, I will be playing that on Saturday, and I will be joined by one of the developers from Keepsake. They'll be joining us on the stream for a couple play sessions. And I'll also be roping in a couple of our friendly, lovely fellow streamers that you guys probably know, doing some Star Citizen stuff. Both Astropub and Loken will be joining me. But Jump Space is probably going to be a pretty regular thing on the stream going forward. I think it's a solid like party game. It's going to be a lot of fun to play with friends. We got a channel for it on the Discord, and people like it. People seem to be chatting it up and enjoying it on Discord. So I think it'll be a regular thing. Hopefully you're interested. Then I've got another video coming out for Star Citizen I'm working on right now. This is going to be folks, check this out. The video I'm releasing on Star Citizen this weekend is going to be about when Star Citizen is releasing it. And I'm so I'm looking forward to the comment section on this. I'm doing it because Chris made his whole 27-28 prediction, and like, I don't know if that's gonna happen. I personally doubt that's gonna happen, but who knows what might actually end up going on over the next 2 years. But I'm making a video to basically lay out everything that needs to be included for a 1.0 release and what 1.0 means as a kind of video for more casual people who aren't obsessed like us and watching every week. And I think the top comments is probably just going to be like, it's never releasing. What do you mean release date? And honestly, okay. You know, I don't blame you for that. It's kind of crazy. Chat still goes up? What do you mean chat still goes up? It still starts from the top down there? No, it should be going up. Up is good. We like up. Up is proper. Hey, we got a couple gift subs on Twitch. It appears that my alerts are only working on certain screens. Let's see. Why is that? We got our audience here. YouTube alerts, Twitch alerts. Yeah, YouTube alerts, Twitch alerts. Okay, and what about this one? YouTube alerts and Twitch alerts. I have no idea why I'm not hearing these alerts sometimes, but thank you guys. I see you subbing over there. Anonymous gifter gifting out 2 subs. One of them going to Golden Samurai. You can't anonymous gift. Oh, I'm sorry, that's 1 sub. I thought you were anonymously gifting to an anonymous person, and I was thinking this is going too far. We can't survive like this. Thank you, Anonymous. Harbinger of moisturization. What the f, dude? Harbinger of moisturization. You should open like a lotion manufacturer or something. That's a great one. I like that. Thank you for the sub, dude. PK Payback. Appreciate you, man. 21 months and Laboo. Welcome in. Thanks for the Prime sub. Anonymous also gifting out to playing catch up. Y'all are lovely. Thank you for being so hip on this lovely day back. This beautiful hump day. 2 weeks of work with no SC News playing in the truck. It was rough, dude. 2 weeks of work and no Star Citizen is like almost a normal life, which isn't right for me. All right. Is the website link dead? It's not working, the giveaway link? Site can't be reached. Website at blah blah might be temporarily down, or it may have been moved permanently to a new address. Could be the browser. I don't know. Let's see. Thank you for the welcome back, moisturization. Any polar bears? No, I saw a porcupine. We did see a whale. We saw some dolphins. Actually, the dolphins were pretty nuts. Hold on, let me show you the video of the dolphins we got. So this was actually at the end of the trip, and we were kind of going back into Vancouver, which is where it ended. And like, these guys, man, all over the place. Just dolphinos. This freaking dolphin party out here, dude. They were jumping, they were twirling, they were going sideways and forward, and I was like, yeah, dude, I want to fin. I want to freaking paddle. I want to go through the water like that. That's fun. Screw boats. I don't want to be on a boat. How did you guys not freeze? It wasn't terrible. It wasn't stupidly cold. The water was super cold. The water was literally freezing. It was so freaking cold. But the actual air wasn't too bad. We were layered up. No licking the glaciers, no eating the glaciers. Now look what you've done. Dude, you gotta get... There are some good 1,000-year-old germs and bacteria in there, and I want to incubate, you know? Maybe that's why I'm sick now. Maybe this isn't a cold, huh? Maybe I've got some kind of crazy 1,000-year-old virus that I can now like mutate into, I don't know, Shipman? Is there some kind of Spider-Man sickness thing that can happen to me where it makes me a genius coder? I get struck by lightning while I'm... I don't freaking know where I'm going with that. Yeah, jump space is fire, dude. 29.55 for the release date. 21.27. 21.42. Can I give you some advice? What to do to play more often? You stop before launching the game thinking how many prep you have to do to fly, and that besides seems the pleasure of the game, the session has no meaning. For starters, forcing yourself to play Star Citizen is a recipe for disaster. I think I've seen a lot of people just kind of crash out because they want to enjoy Star Citizen, and it's just not the time for a lot of folks. And it's perfectly fine to admit and accept that. I think it was harder to talk about that a few years ago because there was no game. And obviously right now, Star Citizen's still in a place where a lot of people wouldn't call it a game. But there's just more stuff to do now. And for that reason, I think it is easier for folks to be like, hey, it's not like it's gonna be gone in a year. I think there's more confidence in this game now than there was before. And taking a break before, maybe people felt like they were missing out more. I don't know. I guess they're doing the FOMO a lot this year with like the content drops, so I can't really say that much. What I will say though is like, it's like, don't force yourself, you know, if you're not enjoying it. If you do want to be able to cut down on your prep time in this game, I would suggest living out of your spaceship. It's not always 100% gonna work. Sometimes you don't end up spawning back in your spaceship, but almost all the times that I log off and on for my spaceship, I log back on in my spaceship. And if you keep weapons and items and maybe a storage crate on that ship, you can basically get playing in 5 minutes of logging in. I'd give that a go, give it a try, and see if you like that. Ultimately, it depends on what you're doing though. Like if you like mining, then logging off at an L1 station with a prospector already ready to go, you can get out and get mining pretty quickly. The bringer of damp. Part-timer after vacation. I actually track my hours, so I know that I work a full-time job. I work about 50 hours a week. I am way behind in chat. I see you. Yeah, you guys are still talking about dolphins where I am. Come on. We can get there. Gumbo, what's up, dude? Good to see you. There used to be a part of a family of dolphins that used to swim near your neighborhood pier. They are so social, the dolphins. What happened to them? Where'd they go? What people are wrong, Wandering Mage? Oh, that is no, not a game. Only thing that's stopping you from fully enjoying it is that there's definitely inventory reset incoming. Yeah, the reset is a big, like the persistence problems are huge in keeping people from playing, I think. That's actually one of the topics today. Long-term persistence is on our little spin wheel here of things that we're going to cover today. What's up, Dante? Good to see you. Spawning in hangar speeds things up. That is also true. You get everything set so that when you log on, you grab and go. Doing some prep and help. Doing some prep can definitely help. All right, folks, I've caught up with chat. Yeah! Let us get started for the day. We've got a lot, like I said, a lot of stuff to talk about. And I've got no particular order I want to go in. We can spin this wheel, but honestly, I'm also looking at chat. If there's something that happened in the last 2 weeks you guys really want to touch on first, you get the chance to nominate it in chat right now. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and spin this and yay, have some fun with it. Can't wait till Death of a Spaceman. People really going to cry then. Dude, I think people are going to cry about Death of a Spaceman more before it comes than after. In fact, because you know what the thing is like everybody's gotten the chance to make Death of a Spaceman whatever they think it's going to be in their own head, instead of kind of seeing and looking at what CIG is saying. And so people think it's a lot worse than it's going to be. And I think people are also missing how much CIG is changing the design of the game just to fit a new vision for the game, really. Not a new vision, but like details are definitely changing. And the writing is very clearly on the wall that Death of a Spaceman is not the permadeath that people think it is. But we'll see. You know, it's going to be the same as the cargo. It's going to be the same as when engineering comes in, and we'll gnash some teeth and throw some fists, and we'll get through it. It's your birthday tomorrow. Catch Up Gamer, congratulations. We got a birthday roll on the Discord. Make sure you get slapped with that one. Slapped around a little bit. Psh, psh. Changes to Evo you want to see. Okay. What's the No Man's Sky drama? It's just, it wasn't, when I say drama, I'm sorry. It's not actually that drama. It was just like things that people are saying they want to see in upcoming updates. Sorry to mislead with that one. I didn't mean like it was a big deal kind of drama stuff. What ships are likely to be at IAE or CitizenCon on the wheel? I don't have that on the wheel. I'm sure we'll get it. I do have CitizenCon expectations, so that'll be covered there. Site B for Onyx is fantastic. CIG really clicked with that. The music to the lore, to the gameplay, all your sessions were uninterrupted and completely bug-free. You know what? I have been without Star Citizen for 2 weeks, so I'm pretty out of the loop on what's been going on. This is my catch-up day. But I've definitely noticed that I haven't heard anything about the new stuff in Onyx, and I really like that. Honestly, I think a lot of people are worried that if you don't jump in and take on these new update content in the first week or two that it comes out, that it's just not worth it. But I think it's been out for a week now, maybe a week and a half or so, and I haven't heard anything. And it almost gave me the perspective of somebody who is not obsessed with Star Citizen and how this stuff gets presented to you. Like a little bit of a perspective shift, you know? You can definitely, it is not as difficult to stay out of the know as you might think if you're one of those roadmap watchers. The Slayer, thank you for the sub, mate. Said, if I knew you'd end up in Vancouver, I would have come say hi. I appreciate it, man. Honestly, I don't know if I was going to meet anyone because, like you can hear now, I'm sick, and I definitely didn't. I was trying not to get people too sick, but it was a quick stop off. It was just a day in there, a day or two in there. We were getting recalibrated before coming back down here. I appreciate it though, man. I can tell you this: we love Vancouver. Okay. Me and Mrs. Tomato, we've been to a lot of cities. As far as North America goes, Vancouver definitely up there as one of our favorites. That is a beautiful city, great public transportation, fairly clean, a lot of culture, a lot of diversity, a lot of water, easy to get around, and it looks good. And the architecture, oh God, I love the architecture. It was just like all around great city. So I think we'll probably be back up there at some point. Zero, thank you for the sub as well, dude. 20 months, been here, holding it down, keeping it real, being one of the big shots out there in GII. Much love, buddy. Arctic Wolf, Tomato is back. Hope you had a nice vacation. Thanks, dude. I am regurgitated and resurfaced. Those were not the right words, but I got energy back, you know? That's what I was trying to say. You need to do the ASD Hyperion mission. I'm planning on it. I don't know if I'll be able to get to it this week, but we will be hitting that mission hard. I might try and do one long stream, maybe a streamathon, possibly, in the next couple of weeks, where we just go through the whole ASD storyline and see it play out as it's meant to. That might be something that we do as a bit of a last sort of funding event for the garden gathering that we've been working towards. For all of you who are looking for CitizenCon plans and stuff to do. I believe we do still have a few spots open in our own, oh yeah, Rejuvenated is the one, in our little watch party that we're hosting in San Francisco. So if anybody wants to come out to that, exclamation point. Oh boy. Mrs. Tomato will drop the command there. But we have open tickets. We're doing food, get together, the whole shebang, and then we're going to the Bar Citizen afterward to hang out with all the other folks and celebrate the 2 hours of CitizenCon. No, there will be a lot of fun though, a lot of talking, a lot of good times. So if you want to come to that, feel free to sign up. And if you want to help us fund it, because it is a community funded event, exclamation point fund will make that command come up. But like I said, we'll probably do a long stream to kind of wrap up the funding for that and try and get that completely settled here soon. People have been doing that with whatever CIG talks about, always differing points of views. This is true.
Wow.
Wow. Drones are no longer in the scope for the Apollo, technically. You believe they feel they aren't needed now that we have tractor beams. I do agree. We're going to get to that. Maybe, but people still crying about prep and taking trams and QT times taking over a decade. So, I'm sorry, but like, you either just complain and go along with it, or you quit the game. I mean, there are tons of games with stuff in them that people don't like, and like, you kind of just, you go with it, you know? By all means, I'm not saying don't complain about it. I think one of the great things about this game's development is we have the absolute opportunity to tell CIG when something sucks and something is actually a good idea. Doesn't mean they're going to change it, but imagine if we had that kind of power with any game in development. Of course, every game would take longer to develop, but maybe they would be more, I don't know, true to the people they targeted initially. You think they're going to announce a squadron delay? Oof. That would honestly, that would. Yeah, No Man's Sky drama is not necessarily like people being angry at the company. It's more so just like people wanting features to come on, and I don't know. I saw a little bit of people kind of complaining about Light No Fire, which I thought was a weird take. Because, like, of course they're going to make another game. How did I get behind on chat again? I'm sorry, guys. This has just become the Tomato chat stream. Oh, wait. It is kind of supposed to be a Monday stream. What is the balloon for? Oh, hey! Yeah, this is Mrs. Tomato is the most celebratory. She's freaking fantastic. You meet a milestone, Mrs. Tomato will make sure it is known. Got us a couple balloons here. This is 1 million, 1M, because for the first time ever for this channel, we reached 1 million channel views in a month, in 28 days, which might sound a little arbitrary for some folks. That's just how YouTube presents it to you as a YouTuber. They tell you how much you've achieved in the last month, and kind of insane. But yeah, we just made more views in a month than generally we make in a long time. I would say usually we make around 150 to 200,000 views in a month. So this was like 5 months worth. And you know what's funny about it is it's because of No Man's Sky. That doesn't mean we're becoming a No Man's Sky content creator or anything like that. No Man's Sky is just another space game that we want to cover. Just like Jump Spaces that we're covering this week, just like Falling Frontier I want to get to soon, like Exodus, like Osiris Reborn. Osiris Reborn? Yeah, I think that's it. Just like freaking Halo. If it was still popping off, we would probably be covering it more. So yeah, thank you so much to everybody who's been a part of that. Thanks for watching the video or hanging out here on the stream or doing whatever you like to do. I don't know. Just living a healthy life, honestly. I appreciate you for doing that because a lot of unhealthy motherfuckers out there right now doing crazy stuff. So yeah, 1 million. Yay. Falling Frontier is going to be sick. You forget who develops it. Developer is... Why did I forget the developer name now? I've got it right here. Stutter Fox. Stutter Fox Studios, published by Hooded Horse. It looks like it's going to be an amazing game. Just be a drama bait channel with big pictures of my face, gigantic red text, black background. Every thumbnail text is just like, Space Tomato is so done. It's over. This is the worst. It's like the pirate software fiasco was... I felt like I got inundated with his face from thumbnails from all corners of the internet. He's done. It's over. Couldn't be worse. I tooted. Anything. You can just put it in red text and you're good. Have fun, that's what counts. Amen to that. Did you see the Star Citizen Destroyer that was built in No Man's Sky? Insane tools they gave us to build. Hopefully CIG will give us the same flexibility with base building. I didn't, but I've seen some amazing stuff made in No Man's Sky. I really do hope that it seems like the base building's gonna be mostly prefab stuff, but you could still do a lot with prefab. We'll see what they do. Yeah, that face. Eyes red, crying tears, mouth wide open, slightly exaggerated features, a little pointier cheeks. All right, folks, let's get to chatting about things. You already got me a little bit distracted. Let's pick our first topic of the day. What's it gonna be? Play the hold on, I think I've got some wheel spinning music here we can play. Do I actually? I don't think I do. What's this? Is that wheel spinning music? Exciting wheel. Yeah, motherfucker. All right. Spinning. Let's go. What's it going to be? And CitizenCon expectations. Yay! Honestly, I was not prepared for that one at all, so this should be interesting. Let's talk about CitizenCon, folks. First, let me turn down the music here. It is nice. I'm going to leave this playing for a little... No, I'm not, because this playlist is too short. We're going back to chill music. All right. First topic of the day today is CitizenCon expectations. For starters, I expect it to be about Star Citizen. Yes. Oh, hot take, I know, but they just searched for Robert. In fact, let's do this. CitizenCon 2025. Let's start out by just looking at what they've said about this, and then we're going to go into a little bit more detail of what we might expect. We're thrilled to introduce CitizenCon Direct, a special digital Star Citizen showcase bringing the excitement straight to you. This year's event is shaping up to be a 2-hour show, broadcasting live at 7 o'clock UTC on Saturday, October 11th. Like I said, we will be having our own watch party for this, and if you aren't able to make it in there physically, you can always join us. We'll have a group on Discord and a stream going into the physical meeting so that you can still be involved and chat and see what kind of crazy stuff folks are doing in the room. They've got, some stuff that they've endorsed in terms of like meetups and bar citizens that are going on. You'll actually see the San Jose one here. There is a bar citizen afterward This is about a 20-minute drive, I think, from where we are going to be doing our own physical meet. This is our neck of the woods. You can see me and Mrs. Tomato in the picture back here. So if you do come out to our meetup, you can also join at the Bar Citizen and get drunk that night. We'll be staying overnight in the hotel, so like, you know, we're gonna get lit. Anyways, besides this, there hasn't really been a ton of other information. We can set us expectations. Ooh. We can set our expectations that it will be in 17 days. All right, that's a pretty good one. But let's also go to where Jared gave us a little bit more, set some more expectations in a recent Star Citizen Live. I did get to watch this, but we are going to go through it together as a stream at some point. Probably not today because it's really long, the Star Citizen Live. Where would that be? I just gotta find it here in... There we go. All right. So here's what Jared has recently told us about CitizenCon. I don't think you guys can see it, but the YouTube transcript literally calls Benoit when he says the name Benoit. And I find that so funny. I gotta call him Benoit from now on. All right, here's what he was saying though about CitizenCon just a couple weeks ago.
That's really positive so far, so it's good.
Well, that about does it for what I have for you, Benoit. Chat's been like SCL stands for Star Citizen Long. Sometimes, at least when Benoit and I get together, and people are like, Star Citizen long, or Star SCL longer than Citizen.
Hold the phone. Hold the f***ing phone. PK just dropped 10 subs, and I didn't get the notification for it. Twitch, what's wrong with you? I'm sorry, man. Thank you so much. Joining Toes Gang. The homie over on Twitch, PK. One of, honestly, the top Toes Gang's regulars this year, I think. Definitely going to be at the top of the list. Thank you, man. GII Energy, Garden Energy, Toes Gang Energy.
Citizen Direct, that's crazy. Yeah, it will be longer than Citizen Direct. Let's talk about that for a second.
Sure, yeah.
Still got some time. Yeah, so in case folks don't know, Citizen Direct is coming. It's on October 11th. It's why I'm here in my office and not in the spaceship. We've set the spaceship up as a permanent filming location for CitizenCon. Why is SCL longer than CitizenCon Direct? Because this just takes me and Benoit. This just takes me and Benoit doing absolutely no prep, absolutely no prior discussion. Just like, hey, you want to chat for like 3 hours about all these things? I'm just going to ask you about a bunch of crap, and you're going to, tell the truth. It's like, yeah, we can do that. And this is a relatively easy thing. Don't equate length with a difficulty. CitizenCon, even a CitizenCon Direct.
Oh, I see the sing mode. Don't worry, we'll get to that.
Still involves 20, 30 different people all doing.
Don't know why it's still on there.
Work with all their schedules and stuff like that. And then there's editorial, there's editing it all together because it's like 5 different cameras at 4K each. And then there's all the B-roll creation, which is the same, a wonderful dedicated 6-person team that makes all the trailers and all stuff like that. So they got to do that in between the win, and then reviews and reshoots and all that kind of stuff. So don't equate length with quality. Never said those words before. That was for him. He's laughing over there. You can't see him. But I do want to say, if you are some more things about CitizenCon Direct. If you're a subscriber to the Squadron 42 newsletter that went out, that just went out with a map of the Odin system, there was a note at the end there about the Squadron 42 team still being heads down and working on that. I want to second the information there, and I want to star explain. I'm going to star explain the information that was there. There will be no Squadron 42 presence at CitizenCon Direct this year. So just in case there was any kind of people were like, I didn't quite understand the message, or maybe the message wasn't fully clear and whatnot, and if it wasn't, maybe that was on us. That team is heads down. We drew a line in the sand when we said 2026. I don't know if we're going to make it. I just know that we're going to do every single thing possible to make it.
Okay. There's a lot there. Biggest thing though, Squadron 42 won't be at CitizenCon. Now, I didn't expect that. I actually made a video like 4 months ago that's available to supporters right now, and it's supposed to release publicly in November, and it's about Squadron 42, because I was like, oh, Squadron 42 is going to be a big topic by then. It'll be interesting to cover it in that way. But that's not what they're doing. They are focusing entirely on Star Citizen right now. Honestly, I do believe, like, as he's saying, they have a lot of pressure right now to get this done. I don't want to say they're in crunch mode. They're probably in crunch mode, but they're undoubtedly pushing to just get this done. Please. And I say please, that's not me asking please. That's their energy that I'm getting right now. They just want Squadron 42 to please be finished and out the door. I think that's why CitizenCon is less this year. I think that's why Squadron's not going to be at the show this year. If they wanted to show something for Squadron 42, they could. There's plenty of stuff that does work well enough that we've already seen before that they could just show us again. But I think at some point you can't show everything, you know? It's like geez, I don't know. How do you... Chris Roberts is like he's teasing, right? Not just Chris, CIG as a whole. They're teasing. They're lowering the bra a little bit. They're lifting the shirt a little bit, but you can't show the whole game. An hour, 2 hours of the game maybe, but if you've got 20 hours of story and you show 3 hours of it already, you're missing out on like a good amount of the surprise and hype that people will get from playing the game. So I imagine they don't want to show much of it. Anything that they can show that's feature related, like, oh, these features work in Squadron 42, they can just include that in the Star Citizen section. So no Squadron 42 at CitizenCon. I don't see that really as too much of a big deal, but I did expect some kind of a more advanced release window, at least like a quarter. I don't know, man. The way he says he doesn't know if they're gonna make it, that's not to say that like it is up in the air, although it is always up in the air. I don't think he's saying that necessarily because they're worried about it, but I do think he's covering his ass. As like you want to start doing more and more as you get closer to being a real game. There's a lot of stuff they're doing now that seems like they want people to view CIG with more respect, you know, less. They don't want people to think about ship sales and unreleased games when they first think of Star Citizen. And the things that they're doing kind of seem to be pushing towards that. And I think not constantly being wrong about your dates is part of that. But you know what? I can't even really say that because the date's already out there. 2026 is already there. I don't think you're going to get much more egg on your face at this point by doubling down on it. So I would say don't believe that there is not going to be a delay announced. But definitely don't expect Squadron stuff at CitizenCon. And honestly, I would say the features that are in Squadron we could probably still expect to be there that are being worked on. So that being said, what is still being worked on? Easiest way to see that is the monthly reports, to be honest, not the roadmap. And I know all of you already probably have some pretty significant and really understandable expectations and features that might be shown. Engineering is obviously a big one. There's no way that we won't see engineering used in some way. What I think will happen though is I'm expecting a CitizenCon 2021, which was, well, I'm expecting the Life in the Verse Look at this. This is 2 hours long, right? Now, I don't think this is gonna be exactly what we get this year, but this, you can watch this and get an idea of what they can pack into a 2 hour long presentation. This was basically, here's Pyro. They showed us Pyro space stations, the design intents, the concepts, all that stuff. They showed us the planets, little showcases of the planets themselves, how they were made, all that kind of stuff. They showed us, I think, some space station interiors as well. They really got a lot of the folks from the Montreal squad to come in and talk about their process of making these locations. These are all locations that we play in now. I would say they're not as interesting as some of the things we saw here, but a lot of it is stuff that we saw here. They also gave us a very significant live demo, which showed a about 20-minute segment of gameplay in Pyro.
So
beautiful gameplay.
What we ultimately ended
and
up something that
kind of like
felt
what they had planned for it, how it would
quite dramatic,
change based on the time of day that you went or your approach, whether you were going in as a hostile or as a friendly person who wanted to trade with the shopkeepers and all that stuff.
So
and
with the AI, we want to make sure that it's...
I want to say this. While CIG has gotten a lot better since I'd say around 2018 or so at focusing on the important bits in CitizenCon and not necessarily showing us stuff that's just all wherever it's going to be. This is another example of that period of time still. This still hasn't become a thing in Pyro. You can go to these outposts, but
from strangers, and
there aren't... You don't get the shopkeepers,
Larry's dead on the right when we came
and
in.
you still don't really get a sense of going to an outpost and knowing whether or not, I guess you kind of know if it's going to be hostile or not, whether it's headhunters or Citizens for Prosperity, but it still doesn't feel like there's quite the dynamic response. There's not really a big sense of ongoing townsmanship. You might be able to find something like this somewhere in Pyro, but it's definitely not common. You're not going to find shopkeepers at outposts that you can talk to. You're not going to find artifacts that you can steal from said shops. And a lot of the time, I generally don't think that if you attack, it might be if you attack people at the base, like Citizens for Prosperity. I don't know if the turrets automatically start targeting you. They might. But this was a whole showcase of basically the gameplay that they wanted to have in Pyro. The idea of you go into these frontier outposts and you get to decide whether or not it's a friendly place, a hostile place, if you're going to do business, if you're just going to steal, if you're going to explore, whatever it might be.
So what we
A lot of this is in the game, but it doesn't necessarily play out like this as much as I would want, given this is the showcase that they gave us in 21. Being able to sneak into an outpost like this, I think you could do it. You could do it now. And you can even do some of the platforming that they do here. You find alternate ways into the base, ladders, trying to get to a specific spot here.
Floorboards, other ones won't, but this is just one version of, you know, many possibilities. So here, the player will take a secondary route of navigation all the way up to the roof, and then from here, this allows them to be able to check out any of the AI, also be able to look at any of the interactables in the future. You know, if you got a good reputation, maybe you need to go and fix different items on the roof, or if you are there for nefarious means, then maybe you want to take out the power, and which will then kill the AA turrets, or will turn off the lights in the outpost.
So you can hear him here getting ahead of himself. I wish he wasn't. I wish engineering was ready when 4.0 dropped and it was implemented into these bases, because you can see they've got the little bits and pieces. You've got these solar panels. I'm sure many of you have seen these while you've been playing. You can see that there are little power conduits down attached to these solar panels. You can see one over here that an NPC is actually working on. And this has started to come in now. In the outposts in Pyro, you can actually disable the radio towers by just turning off the power on the tower, and they can't get dropship reinforcements to come in and fight you anymore. So this is starting to come into the game. But even back in 2021, this was something that they used as like a look at where the game is going kind of thing. And I do genuinely think that, like I said, since 21 even, they've gotten better at presenting stuff that's a little more close to actually being in the game. Specifically 23 and 24. Seem like they focus more on stuff that's at least a year, maybe a year and a half. Nah, forget it. I'm not even going to say that kind of stuff anymore because 23 is still a freaking embarrassing failure. In terms of shipping a lot of the stuff that was in there. A lot of it does come into the game. But we can go and look up just how much of this stuff... Oh. We can go look up just how much of this stuff is kind of still not been delivered. And engineering, base building, static server meshing is there. New quantum travel effects, water, fire simulation, ray tracing, audio simulation. There are definitely quite a few things that still need to be delivered. So I'm not going to say that they are night and day different than they used to be when it comes to this stuff, but they do get a little bit better at it. So all that being said, I think we're probably going to see some kind of a showcase like this, a demo that shows off the gameplay that they want us to be experiencing sometime in the next 18 months. And I would bet, I won't bet, I will hypothesize that this demo goes to Nyx. And we do get to see some level of resource management in a system that is not spaceship focused. So whether that's at a landing zone, which actually now that I think of, wouldn't be that crazy. Like if they went to Levski and they did some quick power management kind of stuff. Even looking at, no, we want navigating the verse, I believe. Navigating the universe. Even in this demo, they kind of tried to show this off here.
Which gives us the ability to salvage and repair while on foot. Okay, Bone, let's use the multi-tool to repair that pipe.
So this is kind of like the FPS repair gameplay that they've shown us, but this is also, I think, linking into resource management and that, like, the maintenance stuff you have to do depended on resource management to come into the game. So they've hinted at this kind of gameplay already in their previous demos, and I think this will probably be a focus this year because it is the biggest, most in-your-face feature that they've been working on, and they're getting fairly close to letting us see it. In fact, yeah, they always have updates on this. The engineering screen was then updated to show the rate of heat change for components and fixed various bugs. Yeah, I think a lot of this year is going to be looking at these kinds of things that we've seen in previous Citizen Cons, whether they were in closed off test segments or some kind of general showcase that didn't include other gameplay. I think they're going to show this stuff functioning in a game environment. At least that's what I would say is the most reliable thing they could do right now. People are still trying to figure out what is Star Citizen supposed to look like, even in a year from now, and this would be pretty important. Hey, what's up, Chops? Glad to be back, friend. Thanks for hopping in the chat. Nyx Playground on tech preview? That would be cool, maybe. I don't think we'll get Nyx, but I do think that they're going to have it here. I would not be surprised if it's part of their showcase, their gameplay showcase. You're worried that engineering is going to drop as a T0 mechanic and be almost nothing. What would be T0 versus T1 for you? I can tell you they are definitely dropping it in chunks. They're not putting engineering in all at once. It's going to start with power and fire maintenance, and then they're going to move on to things like life support, gravity control, and stuff like that. But I view T0 as being something that has UI that was made by the gameplay team rather than the UI team. I view it as gameplay that hasn't been built to coexist with other systems, or that doesn't have consequences that actually affect gameplay. I think this will be better than that, but it won't be the full suite of engineering features that we know is coming. I actually would say that Nix isn't necessarily just about making the game bigger. Nix is going to be an interesting system to balance the economy with. Nix is going to have the only landing zone that can house... Actually, no. The Hull C. Can the Hull C dock at Orison? Guess that would be 2 landing zones that have the Hull C. But as a separate star system, I do think that it gives us a lot more ability. If they can combine it with security and reputation improvements, it gives us more ability to actually spread the player base out, to play where you want to play, instead of forcing everybody in Stanton. Unfortunately, that's just not going to expand the game as much as we would hope, as can be seen from Pyro. Just bringing in a new star system doesn't necessarily mean they have all the missions and stuff connected to it, so I'm not saying it will be a great addition if that's true, but the possibility's there. Right, us not having an economy, I'm trying to, like, that would be the point. Adding in more locations helps to build the economy out. It gives you more sinks, it gives you more sources, it gives you more ability to put in unique locations where resources can be found. So less that it bolsters the economy and more that it actually makes it matter more at least in 2-star systems. We're not even in, they never actually, the thing with the whole no tier 0 thing was that was only connected to the actor feature team. The tier 0, the idea of not having any more tier 0s was only related to the teams that Rich Tyrer was in charge of at that time. Honestly, I don't even know if they've met that. I'd have to go back through all of the things they've added and see, but other things like locations and planet tech and missions and mechanics aren't necessarily part of that doctrine. Hope they work on mission systems before Nix. Pyro already feels terribly neglected compared to Stanton this year. Agreed. You want to ask about Tony Z? This guy was your hero. We'll miss you. Who he left CIG. Yeah, Tony Z is gonna... It's gonna be a topic to cover at some point. All right, continuing on. I'm sorry. This is supposed to be about expectations, and I'm just continuously getting distracted. I think there's also a pretty good chance we're going to see expanded FPS and radar. FPS scanning and radar. So the stuff that, once again, honestly, I think a lot of it's going to be actual in-game implementations of the stuff that we saw in CitizenCon 2023.
Zoom out a bit.
That might
What you
be
see on
the easiest way to lay it out. Actual maps. I don't know where FPS radar and scanning is here. Ah, here we go. This stuff.
I got you covered.
You do it? Okay. Well done, Bone.
Simple feature, one that a lot of people are unhappy about because they feel it's wall hacks, but I think there are quite a few trade-offs that they're including in this system. For starters, there are armors and things that make you invisible to it. Base building is another thing that I'm thinking we are likely to see possibly being incorporated into what we already talked about with engineering and power management. Base building's been a pretty exciting topic, and I think a very, very big focus for them. I wouldn't necessarily say in development this year, it hasn't been obvious that they've been focusing on it, but as far as their philosophy goes and the way that they're talking about the game working, crafting and base building are obviously pretty important. So I think this is something they want to keep in people's minds, not necessarily that it's releasing anytime soon, but I think we'll see something more polished of this coming up in this CitizenCon, in big part because they've actually also been talking about this here in the monthly reports. Let me see if I can find the... new flight model, I do believe will show up. The new flight model could be combined with engineering to show off thruster damage and overheating, which is a big part of their new hover mode that they're working on. Shareable custom maps would be amazing. Good lord. Just like map markers. That's a thing that was in 2023 that never showed up. Custom map markers is exploration. That's all we really need to be able to do it as a job in the game. Pyro has a lot of space for exploration, but they don't know what it will be. Look, CIG has said many times what exploration will be. It's just that people aren't really accepting it. I 100% believe that if we see custom map markers in the game, you will see people starting groups of exploration. I mean, the people who've already started groups for exploration, you'll see them starting to make money and make a difference in the community. I know for a dang fact that that will be the first time our org, GII, will have something for explorers to do. We're going to have a channel on the Discord where exploration folks can come in and offer a location for something, and if somebody says they want the location, they can exchange the funds, give the marker to the other person, and they go and get the stuff, whatever's there. That could be a derelict ship. It could be a bunch of Quantanium to mine. It could be an outpost that has some loot in it that somebody's looking for. Like, exploration doesn't have to be finding planets and stars and stuff. Finding resources is part of it. I know people will call that prospecting. Okay. Still finding stuff. When did you become an NPC voice? I've been hearing you say hello a lot to you and New Babbage. You know, I like to keep it cool. The colder the planet, the warmer the tomat. Sorry, I was supposed to be finding something here. July saw engineering gameplay enter tech preview preparation, with the devs moving the code into a new staging stream. So this was the big thing that tells us that engineering is definitely moving on in the actual game being built rather than just in some closed environment. The other thing here, though, that I wanted to show you. For crafting, the team continued reevaluated the scope of the first public release while the inventory UI concept shown recently on Star Citizen Live entered development. I actually don't think they're going to show us the UI stuff for the inventory. I don't think that would be a good idea. I think leaving that to show us when it's actually functional would be a better idea. But this is actually not the main point of crafting I wanted to find. This is the July update. Let me show you the June update. So in July, they were reevaluating how they could launch crafting, probably to be more in line with the way they're launching engineering, which is piecemeal. In June, still nothing about the crafting, so I must be thinking of May. Jeez, that was a while ago, huh? So in May, No, I'm not seeing this here. I'm not going to try harder to find this. You'll just have to take my word for it. But they got to a point where they, I think, had crafting in like a playable form by the devs, which gave us an idea of how far it was in development. I think crafting is actually behind base building in development, just judging by how they're showing it off. But this CitizenCon will tell us pretty significantly one way or another. To be honest though, guys, I don't know. This whole video is basically me just saying this is the stuff that they've been working on recently, but genuinely I think their goal with this CitizenCon is just to set expectations for the next year and fill the space. I think if they could, they would completely skip the event, but it is a good event for kind of juicing hype a little bit, and kind of like setting better expectations. We will no doubt be talking about completely different features after CitizenCon than we are talking about before. Nobody's talking about hacking right now, but it very well might be shown at this CitizenCon because it is something that's been being worked on in the background. It's clearly functional in Squadron 42, and they've been working on it for a long freaking time. So that might also be something that they can show off. Hacking, base building. Let me go to the list of 1.0 features and just give you a quick read off here so I don't have to make this video so much longer. It's in the August monthly report? Okay. So like just looking at Star Citizen 1.0 and the features they have here, I think, Gumbo, I saw you say instancing. I don't know, man. The dynamic server meshing going from what Benoit was saying in Squadron 42 or in Star Citizen Live didn't sound like it's far along enough for them to start presenting to us. But maybe. We have not announced the giveaway winner yet. That'll be after this. Star Audio. I wouldn't really expect anything significant from that. Global Illumination, no. Starchitect, honestly, not really. I don't really expect anything significant from this. Planet Tech V5, Dynamic Weather, all of these things, if we are going to see them, I do expect them to be in a single showcase. Quantum Travel, same. Guild system, I bet you they're going to show us some factions and some people from those factions. If you go back to the different monthly reports over the last several months, this is May again. Let's go back to August real quick. Usually, you can find some interesting bits in the narrative parts here. Talking about, let's see. The team wrote and captured several new mission characters that will be making their debut later this year as they continue to focus on improving storylines across Star Citizen. This month's performance capture session also saw the return of an already released character to pick up some additional lines. I'm betting those people will show up at CitizenCon, one way or another. At least some of them. The CitizenCon this year being a 2-hour CitizenCon Direct is obviously less bombastic, less exciting, less of a party, less of a bunch of stuff going on, and more of just a straightforward delivery of news and what's coming up. And that's generally been what the YouTube channel has been this year as well. So when it comes down to it, expect not necessarily a patch report, but similar, a highlight on whatever is coming in the end of the year, November and December, and then a highlight on whatever they want to do next year. Combined with a couple of ships, they'll probably discuss a little bit of engine development stuff, Vulkan API, maybe a little bit of Star Audio, but I think mainly it's going to be focused around mechanics and gameplay that they have been starting to bring over from Squadron 42. So, same thing as the last couple years. All we can hope for is that they actually follow through with it. But that's my long drawn out expectations for CitizenCon. I'm going to put out a video on this that's a lot more concise and actually pre-prepared next week. I don't do none of these videos that we go over for these deep dives or these news drops that come onto Space Tomato 2 are prepared beforehand. So I'm going to do a lot more looking into this and give you a proper look into what I expect. But I would just keep your expectations relatively low in terms of like far future features. And just expect them to show like a showcase. This feels to me, honestly, like they're trying to do something a little more professional. Like you would see at an E3 or something. Oh, last bit though that we should touch on was the quote from Jared here.
With a map of the Odin system, things about CitizenCon Direct. If you're a but I do want to say, if you are a he's never said those words before. That was for him. That went out at the end there about the Squadron 42 team still being heads down and working on that. I want to second the information there, and I want to star explain. I'm going to star explain at CitizenCon Direct this year. So just in case there was any kind of people were like, I didn't quite understand the message, or maybe the message wasn't fully clear and whatnot, and if it wasn't, maybe that was on us. That team is heads down. We drew a line in the sand when we said 2026. I don't know if we're gonna make it.
Okay, so going back to this quote, that part right there, I don't know if we're gonna make it, obviously caused a lot of hubbub. There was a thread on Spectrum, which is like, this is 2 weeks ago, dude. I'm so behind. But either way, Squadron 42, I don't know if we're gonna make it. Jared 2025. This has caused articles to come up from various publishers. This has caused new videos to pop up from people who don't normally cover Star Citizen. Generally, this was a bit of a lightning bolt. Jared, though, further clarified what he said here. He said, "Hi, Jared here. I'd like to include what else I said tonight. I said we drew a line in the sand. Now that we do everything we can, and now we have to do everything we can to make it. I said we're on track and that there's no mystery here, nothing to hide. I said that we just want to leave everyone heads down to focus on meeting that statement we gave last year. I said that when we get closer to the release, you'll see and hear lots more about Squadron 42. And I said that personally, I cannot tell you what the future holds because quite honestly, that's a responsible answer for me to give with the way that video games are made. Not our video games, all video games. Which does include their video games. So no, I don't know the future, and I said as much as all." He said, "Please don't mistake my pragmatism for any commentary on the status of the game. I just try very, very hard to speak as deliberately and plainly as I can without embellishment or hyperbole. I meant what I said in the most literal manner possible, that I can't sit here and tell you what the future holds because in the entire history of video game development, who's ever been able to, that's all. If I didn't believe in this team and people within, I wouldn't still be here." So, it's clarifying, it's not, or it's qualifying, it's not really adding anything to what he said. He's basically just saying, hey, I didn't just say only that he doesn't know if we're going to make it. But honestly, this is why people don't talk about the stuff they're working on. Okay? If anybody from Rockstar came out and said, I don't know if we're going to make it with Grand Theft Auto 6 next year, can you guys imagine? Oh my God. Could you imagine? Like, it's not a good idea to say. But when you're live on camera in these like chatting environments and you're just kind of kicking around and doing stuff, it's easy to say stuff like that. And that's the kind of thing that you get edited out maybe. But that's also one of the consequences of doing things openly like that. So I wouldn't worry too much about it, but I would just keep in mind that like nothing's ever certain. They said 2026 for the release year, and it might not happen. And it would be incredibly embarrassing. It would be so embarrassing for them. And I think they know that. I think that's why they're trying so hard right now and not putting as much time into just about anything other than Squadron 42 and Star Citizen's content. Will come broken, that is for sure. It can't afford to. Also, a ton of game companies have set dates and hit them. Yeah, but they basically hit them when they know that the game's done, right? Like, we still don't have a date for GTA 6. We don't have a date for... I could go down the list. There's a lot of stuff that we're hoping to see soon. And, like, a lot of these companies don't really give that date until they are super, super sure. And good on CIG for not giving a specific date, at least, yet. But it's why if you're making a game, it's just best to not talk about it. Unless your game depends on hype for funding. God, it's such a challenging place to be in. Anyways, that's my long and drawn out look at CitizenCon possibilities. It's going to be an interesting event this year. Isn't GTA 6 Vice City 2? Kind of, sort of. You're going to play GTA 6, forget about Squadron, and CIG will need 1 year to fix it. Hey, man. Whatever strategy works for you. I used to be on the subreddit on Reddit, as opposed to the subreddits on MySpace. I used to be on Reddit in a subreddit called Patient Gamers. I still see it pop up every once in a while. I used to be a lot more into it. It's not a therapy. It's not a therapy subreddit for Star Citizen backers. It is literally about people who just don't rush to play any game whatsoever. And I am looking. I enjoy it because all the people on there are kind of like, yeah, I'm picking up this game. It's been out for a year. It's got all the packages included. It's pretty nice. And it's nice to be able to not worry about games coming out and immediately having to play them. Like, I still haven't played through Baldur's Gate 3 all the way. I still haven't played Assassin's Creed Shadows. Good golly gee, I still haven't finished Halo Infinite. That's just sad. Space Tomato will sing. Now we are singing. Because somebody asked for the sing mode.
That's right, the sing node, baby, sing!
So, typically, my friends, you can use your points to get me to sing for 60 seconds. But oh my God, Mrs. Tomato, please take it off. Take it off, the thing. Don't let anybody redeem sing mode, cause sing mode f***ing sucks. Yeah! Ain't nobody like singing on camera. Unless it makes you feel like a jazzy man. I should get like a beat? I need like a beat so I can rap everything I'm singing. Hustle Bones said that's rare. Tell me, brother, what is rare? Is it your steak? Or is it the joy of today? GTA 6 doesn't have a date cause they don't want the pressure. Rockstar also started with the double the budget of Star Citizen. Honestly, hats off to GTA or to Rockstar. Ain't nobody want that pressure. Darov said, this is going double platinum. Tomato Tunes. It's actually our next endeavor. It's this music studio. Traviana has a question about them ships like gameplay repair with the Crucible. Will we see new ships in this category? Will we have it in game? We have mining and salvage, so repair needs to be in. Oh, God. I believe the Vulcan will be the very first... No, that's not true. The first ship that does repair will be A new delivery from CIG. No, they just never launch ships with the feature. They always have to bring in a new ship. You know how it is. Tasty Potty said, please stop. Sad face. You think I f***ing enjoy this? You know, you make more money if you sing all stream. I don't know, man. From what I'm seeing, viewers are leaving. Colt Kimber asked me to get shot, and chat's telling me to stop. Why is he singing? We wait for something. Or why not? Tell you why I'm singing. Because of GQ. Mr. GQ Ubd. Honestly, I think I'm done. I think that was enough time singing. So I'm gonna cut it off. You heard GTA 6 was pushing 2027 because they're scared of Do I have a laugh track? Dude, I need to get a laugh track. That'll be my response to that. Scared of shit. That'd be so funny. If Rockstar came out and they were like, we have been planning this release and we thought we were in the clear, but it turns out Squadron 42 is actually coming out this year. So we've made the crucial decision to maintain our release integrity and delay GTA 6 until 27. You've been gone long enough to miss the actor interview / podcast before they removed all mentions of Squadron. Actually, I saw that. That was around right when I was leaving. And I did see that the actor behind the main character, the voice for the main character in Squadron 42 was on a podcast and kind of insinuated it, Squadron possibly having some big things happening early next year. And then the whole podcast episode got taken down. Who knows if that's why? Not necessarily a guarantee, but it is an interesting coincidence. The sing mode is not activated, by the way. Oh no, it's supposed to be like that. You're supposed to just hear me singing. It's actually
This is actually my real voice. This is when I remove the voice changer.
Otherwise, this helps to make my voice a little deeper. So you guys can, I don't know, so I seem cooler?
You really want to hear me talk like this all the time? I could just talk really high pitched like this, and it's like more close to my real voice than normal.
How crazy is it? Squadron 42 will officially be the $1 billion game when it drops. The $1 billion game. Thank you, Hustle. You just gave me a thumbnail sometime in the future. The $1 billion game. You felt the need to delay GTA 6 until 2027 as we didn't want to release in the shadow of the only other top quadruple A game. Technically, Star Citizen and Squadron are still indie titles as far as most people define the, well, I won't say most people. As far as some people define what makes a AAA versus an indie versus whatever the hell else you want to call them. The episode is back up, but all Squadron stuff is removed. Oh, that's funny. That's actually really funny, dude. I wonder why. I don't even know what it was that he said. GTA is a quintuple A game, not AAA. Okay, cool. I think we might be getting too many A's here. At some point, you might want to continue with the rest of the alphabet. Is there some gossip? Is the Squadron 42 in good track or not? I mean, the actor said he thought it was coming early next year, I think. They might have scrubbed that just because they don't want that kind of stuff out and about to set the wrong expectations. But no, we're not really getting any updates on Squadron. I think they've started a bit of a marketing push, but we'll see. Maybe a better idea by the end of the year. Maybe. Okay. Let's all get our hopium hats on. Bear with me, guys. Settle your butts. Clench your toes. because I'm going to say something that's a little wild right now. What if they're not doing Squadron in in CitizenCon because CIG is teaming up with Jeff Keighley, and they're going to do a whole trailer drop, marketing push, big reveal at the GTA Awards in December? That's the most hopeful thing I think you could possibly have for Squadron. Now that E3 is gone, the award show is basically the biggest event for games of the year, I think. I would say Summer Games Fest is fairly big, but what if they did that? What if they dropped a trailer at the Video Game Awards? That would create so much buzz. Oh my god. I remember when they dropped the Squadron 42 trailer in 2019, and people were like, is this a Netflix series? Because there's so many people who don't know about Squadron. I mean, and if you advertise Squadron 42 without advertising Star Citizen, it actually does fairly well in terms of reception when people see like the gameplay and stuff. Let me see if I can find like go to an IGN video, right, of Squadron 42. Not necessarily the crowd that's going to be the most pleased with this project. But if you come in here, there really isn't much talk here about the game being a scam or them selling ships or all that kind of stuff, right? It's talking about Henry Cavill, talking about a space IP. This one's talking about the comment section actually not being too crazy. Space battles. Who's in this? Please don't mess up. Crazy cinematics. I get chills from this and that and all this stuff. Like, this isn't... It's much, much better than when any game publisher puts out something about Star Citizen. Because, I mean, let's be real. As humans, we're kind of sheep. And it's super easy to just see these different comments on here and say those same comments on any other video that has to do with it. What baffles me is that so many people, you can build a game on the level of detail and skill with a team of devs not even half the size of AAA, and somehow people thought it would be done in 5 or 6 years. These comments should be on Squadron too. It's the same exact situation. Squadron is actually the game that's been delayed way more than Star Citizen, and it is arguably the one that should have been delivered much, much sooner. But that's not what you see when you go and look at the comments, and I don't think that's how people are going to respond when they go and see a trailer of it at some games convention. But we'll see. I could be wrong. All right, next topic. What we covering? Dev Talk Review. Yay! More claps. There's actually a decent amount of stuff going on from the dev tracker. Let's touch on it. First thing we're going to touch on today when it comes to dev news, there's been a lot of talk. Oh my god, literally. Usually I'm doing a stream and we're like, oh, there were two messages from the dev tracker. We got a whole chunk of stuff to go through here. First though, we are going to look at things changing with testing Star Citizen. For years, maybe a decade, longer. I don't actually know how long. We've had 3 distinct forms of testing Star Citizen. We've had Evocati, which is also known as PTU Wave 1. We have the PTU, which is, well, that PTU is basically split into, I think, 3 or 4 waves, which is just gated testing, but there's no NDA, there's no hiding what might be going on or anything like that. And then we have live, which is what you use and you jump into whenever you want to play the game. It looks like there's an update coming to this. I have not read this yet, so I'm getting this news the same time as you. But it does look like they are focusing on a group gameplay testing team, which I think this, like, we need to start getting to doing this in the ePTU at all times alongside the rest of the game. I keep calling it the satisfactory model. A lot of games do this. You have an experimental branch next to a normal branch where you can keep testing stuff while other stuff is going on. This fits with their whole ePTU push. This works actually quite well alongside the letter from the chairman announcement they made at the beginning of the year, which was basically just that they wanted to start having features go into the ePTU at one phase and then sit alongside the rest of the game while everyone else is playing live so that they can eventually put it into the live game. And I think that works. So let's see what it is that they're doing with this gameplay testing team. Greetings, citizens. We're excited to announce the launch of our new program for select group gameplay testing. These tests are designed to gather rapid, focused feedback on critical game systems through highly focused short burst sessions. The select group gameplay testing will operate on an invitation-only basis, bringing together small, carefully selected groups of players based on player activity for targeted testing under NDA. Okay, I do like that. They need to be selecting the people that are doing the things they're testing, right? It's actually something they track too. Whenever the PTU goes through a difficult cycle of testing, you can find announcements that they've made. Here we go. Where CIG will literally come in and they'll say, okay, here are the people who did the most of any given thing. These people died the most to security turrets. These people did the most reloading and repairing on ships. These people spent the most time running missions. These people did the most salvaging or the most mining or the most combat. Like they actually track this stuff and then reward people on it. So I think they definitely need to make sure, like if you're bringing in base building, include the people who are doing the industrial stuff. Include the highest playing people. That's a good one. Unlike our standard PTU waves, these tests will focus on specific systems or mechanics that require immediate concentrated feedback during active development. They didn't explicitly say it here, but I'm hoping this is also unlike our PTU waves, this is sorry, just had a little bit of a brain fart. This is not going to be based around subscribers or concierge or anything like that. It definitely should just be focused on gameplay, please. Tests will launch at irregular intervals based on development needs with short notice periods. Test durations will vary depending on the scope and requirements of each system being evaluated. All participants must sign and acknowledge NDA terms before gaining build access. So are they just going to get rid of EVA? EVO? Evo? Evocati? Is it gone? All feedback for these tests will be submitted directly to us via email only. Email will be provided as part of the test invitations. Okay, so they're breaking it out of Spectrum. For these tests, we will not allow forum post-Spectrum discussions, issue council reports, or external discussions about the test content. They don't want the leaks. They want that one-to-one communication. Oh, participants will receive a comprehensive survey following each test session to capture their experience and observations. Selected citizens will receive invitations via email as an NDA agreement to sign. Keep an eye on your communications. This is interesting. Not a ton of detail, but this does sound like, I mean, they didn't exclusively say this is getting rid of Evocati, right? To me, this feels like the beginning of the end for Evocati, if not. But they don't explicitly say it. But this could do a lot more to move into that format of we've got the PTU, which is basically staging for live, and then we've got I'm gonna call it the ePTU still, just for simplification, but really they've got their group gameplay testing branch. I would assume that is the ePTU, which could very well mean that they eliminate Evocati They test the important things that might have been included in Evocati into ePTU. And then the first wave of PTU is where we really test that stuff in the game environment. And then it goes to live eventually. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see how this fits into the messaging they've been using. Is this in addition, or is this tweaking what you guys were already planning? It sounds a bit like a tweak. They need to do away with the waves, focus testers, Evo, OpenPTU Live. Focus testers, Evo, OpenPTU Live. I think they could get away with Evo. Reset for hardcore Evo. Doesn't it feel a bit like, I mean, so does this mean that Evo is still under NDA? Is this going to be 2 waves of NDA testing now? That would point towards us doing focus testing, Evocati, PTU live. Focus testing, Evocati, PTU live. I don't know. Evo's not under NDA anymore. Is that permanent? It's so confusing, man. It's confusing, but I do think that what they're trying to do here is simplify the process. So I would keep an eye on how they treat Evocati from here on. Please don't use streamers for this. Use regular players who just want CIG to succeed. Take a lesson from how streamers screwed up Call of Duty Warzone for the rest of us. Streamers, the ultimate boogeyman. If the thing is under NDA, they shouldn't be able to stream it, so why would this be an issue? What happened to Warzone? They respond with, in my opinion, the problem isn't just the streaming aspect of it, but the fact that a person who plays this game 5 hours a day and makes a living from it has completely different standards, expectations, and interests from the average player who just wants to have fun. I don't know, man. I think people need to chill with the labeling. I know this probably isn't seen so much as like a weird take, but I find this kind of stuff so weird. In basically saying, if you stream, then you play 5 hours a day, you have completely different standards, and you don't just want to have fun. There are so many people who stream this game, dude, that I know people who stream this game to just their friends privately. It's not, being a streamer is not a immediate disqualification for like caring about the game. I think if anything, they shouldn't even factor whether somebody streams, makes videos, makes blog posts, runs an org. None of that stuff should be part of what decides this. What should decide this is whether somebody is playing. I wouldn't expect them to take in the average player who just wants to have fun for this kind of testing, because that's also not going to help. You have to take in the hardcore player who does a lot of the stuff that they're trying to test. And then when you get that person's feedback, you factor it into the rest of the game, which is taking into account how casual people play the game. But like, if you want to understand the ins and outs of cargo hauling and how snapping boxes to a cargo grid should be most efficient in the game, you're not just going to pick somebody who casually plays the game. You got to pick someone who's doing a lot of cargo hauling. If you're going to pick someone to help with the medical gameplay, pick someone who does a lot of medical gameplay. Don't just pick some casual player. You don't care about NDA, CIG, or open development under NDA? Openish. Sounds more like outsourcing some Q&A and bug hunting to free up QA folks. Isn't that what Evo's always been, though? It's a factor because streamers put their content first. That is not always true. Again, you are labeling people. You don't know every single streamer out there. You could start a stream next week and you're a streamer. You can't disqualify people because they do something. That's not what matters. My friend AAK, who's always in this chat, you could call him a streamer. People just call anybody streamer if they do anything online. But this dude has a huge categorical just receipts of how medical gameplay works. He's not trying to put that content first. He's trying to put the reporting of the content, of the gameplay first. He shouldn't be disqualified just because he makes content with it. Most people who make content don't make money from that content. It's not really a financial thing to them. They just want to share what they're doing. I'm not saying to base the entire game on hardcore players. Both types of gameplay are valuable, Chief Danny. What I'm saying is hardcore players know the ins and outs of the gameplay, right? If you bring in a closed group of casual players, those casual players will not know the glitches that you get from doing something for 3 hours straight. Maybe they will. Casual is a different definition for everyone, but they're not going to understand that after an hour of running back and forth between two locations, the locations become desynced. A casual player is not going to do that. And in order to find that bug, you have to get the people who are obsessed with running that stuff. That's what the whole point of Evocati was. That's why, initially at least, they were bringing people into Evocati who were doing the most issue council reports, who were playing the game the most. And you have to get that before you move on to making sure that it's all balanced and working with the rest of the game. Maybe not before, but alongside. And I don't think you're going to get that if you're just trying to get average players who just want to have fun. Not saying don't take average players' opinions into account. I'm just saying this is not meant for the average player to give feedback. We still have that process, I would think, from the PTU, from the live, from Spectrum, from all that kind of stuff. You have different incentives as soon as you're streaming. That's just how that works. But you can't stream this. This is NDA. This isn't even content. This is literally just anybody who plays the game. If this was about testing the game on the live servers and then they were talking about making a group of people who could play this but still show it off, then yeah, it starts to become a conflict of interest. I play Evocati because I'm showing it. I don't put in that many issue council reports. I don't even really play Evocati that much, but when I do, I'm playing it when I'm on stream. So I get that, but this isn't on stream. And I would hope that if I was the kind of player who was putting a lot of work into data running, which is the big thing that I want to focus on in this game, if I was putting 20 hours a week into that, and I was recording issues, and I was trying to make the gameplay better, I would hope that CIG wouldn't then be like, oh, well, he streams, so he's not included. It's just a matter of like treating everyone equally as opposed to disqualifying people for how they play the game. I guess I am saying that casual players probably shouldn't necessarily be a part of this group. Maybe a mixed group is best. You need casual players' input on how a specific game loop is fun. Of course, and I do believe that will come. But I think here, there's just no sign here of what the time, the NDA would be time-wise. This might be something that like, they give us the gameplay, we try it for a couple months, and then it's gone. It doesn't even make it to PTU. It could be just, it could be just tech previews, honestly. Just NDA tech previews. Instead of kicking people out of Evo, they're making a new group. It does feel like they're making just another group. I would have expected an announcement about Evo alongside this. Feels a ton better when a lot of big companies are than what a lot of big companies are doing now. The issue council. Certified Gumbo said, I'm Evo, they still value our feedback. When they need to focus test, they will ask us to test very specific things. They still talk to us directly outside of patch notes. Okay. This new group, QA and target bug hunting. Evocati is focus stability and bug hunting in larger scale, and the rest of us is bug hunting and general player feedback. And still saying whether it's fun or not. That is important. Don't get me wrong. They should also have some to represent different PC specs to see how it performs across the board. I think that's where PTU really helps too. You can't, it's invaluable to be able to launch a patch out to like thousands of people without having to actually go live with it and see where the hardware's messing up. I'll say this, Hustle, even though Yogi joined us for that podcast to talk, I would say he's probably spent more time. I've seen him spend more time on random Discords, just text chatting with folks. It's very visible what happens on YouTube and Twitch and stuff, but it's definitely not even the majority of the stuff that CIG devs are doing to like talk to the community and get feedback. We see sometimes devs will pop into the Discord and just like respond to messages. I don't remember. That happened with somebody kind of recently. Either way, this is a change to the Evocati system. And there's plenty of discussion going on with it. Isn't it just what Evo was before y'all invited the streamers who don't read patch notes and do the select group gameplay testing? Not surprising at all, actual testers. Yeah, actual testers is good. A lot of worry about streamers though. That's whatever. I don't have much to say about that now, but I've said my piece. I am a streamer, so it probably comes off pretty disingenuous, whatever I am saying. Anyways, people will have their thoughts one way or another, but I think whatever this is, we'll see how it affects Evo, and hopefully it can lead to some better focus testing on specific mechanics and like faster iteration. And hopefully it is based on specific activity in game, what people are doing and whether or not that can actually help with the feedback they're looking for. Either way, little quick checkup there. Well, that was not little or quick, but a checkup. We love Yogi. For you, most people don't understand engineering is not end-to-end core mechanics for ships that are important to the flight model. I will not tell you you're wrong. This is true. Oh, Mrs. Tomato's getting ready for the cooking stream today, folks. We are making some chicken noodle soup, making some homemade bread, and possibly some cake for dessert. Mainly a preparation for sickness here. She is also feeling some small symptoms. So we're doing a cooking stream today to support good health. Value of this new group is when they need to get valuable feedback, they can pull testers who they know give good feedback. Fair. Yeah, they could also go by that. Just kind of the people that they see giving the best feedback in the issue council and on Spectrum and stuff. At the end of the day, it will kind of come down to visibility. That visibility either comes from your own playing the game, you're putting out feedback to the devs so that they notice you, whether that's on Spectrum, on Reddit, via email, via videos, on a stream, whatever it might be. And I don't know, I guess signing an NDA. Like there are two big requirements. It's activity and seeming like you actually provide useful feedback. YouTube and Twitch offer very big megaphones for that, but they're not the only ones. And I encourage people to take whatever medium that you're comfortable with and trying to use that to affect change in the way that you want. Whether that's by making a blog post, you could make a whole freaking blog that people, and then push that across Discord servers and get people to come read it. You could put out surveys. It's just, there are ways to like make your voice heard. No point in denying that some of those are weighted more heavily than others. Oh. You show your friends so many bugs of the new patches of SC, you can break that live in many ways. What else do we have from the devs? What else are they talking about these days? Some Evo change stuff. Let's see. Why nerf RMC? This was a big one. Salvage rates went down with 4.3.1. People were disappointed. Little quick update here. Is there any explanation as to why CIG nerfed RMC by 80%? This feels egregious. I love beam salvaging in my reclaimer, and now it's hard knowing it's about to be so much less profitable than most game lapes in the game. It was responded to by Niku saying servers have now been hotfixed to revert RMC prices to 4.3 values. Yay! Just don't be sad if people don't agree or line up at your door to read your thoughts. Absolutely. Although I still do get sad. You put a lot of work, you know, into some feedback, and then like nobody answers. It's like, well, all right. Which I understand. That's why a lot of people just don't try it. The other half of that is that sometimes people just go with whatever someone they like says without playing it themselves. That's kind of what happened with the inventory system. Yeah, that does happen. That does absolutely happen. Another one of the challenges of dealing with this format. And I would say that that does call for the company to like show that they're not necessarily favoring people. And to be quite honest, I don't think they do a great job of that at a lot of times, but specifically when push comes to shove and it's very specific stuff like this, whatever it was, that is a chance for them to put their money where their mouth is and show that they will receive feedback from all these people who might just parrot whatever it is somebody that they like says, but then CIG is also doing their due diligence of considering where that is initially coming from, or like actually looking at the game. Okay, if we're gonna pay CIG all this money to make the game, then I hope that rather than just taking what people say and do stuff based off of that, they take what people say and then they consider it based on where they want to go and factor it in. Otherwise, yeah, it's going to be a lot of problems over time, Mooser. New question. If you wanted to find more creator voices in NPC format, is there places you should go to, or do you only know of what's going on with you? That's not my voice, man. I'm not in the game. I don't think anybody is in the game that doesn't work at the company. Or work for like some contractor, or is a voice on 11 Labs. Whatever you're hearing maybe sounds like me, but I'm definitely not in it. Just think when people say streamers, they mean certain streamers, because yeah, like you said, it's not a monolith. Exactly. But like, that's discrimination. Not to make it more serious than it needs to be, but it's like being like, oh yeah, All people in Texas. Oh my gosh, they just won't stop eating brisket. We can't bring Texas people to this competition because all they eat is brisket. Any Texas folks in chat that actually only eat brisket barbecue? Because that stuff's good. I don't blame you. Still want to say hello. Hello, Bror. Soul Surgeon, good to see you. You'll clip and tag me. I guess we have a good lawsuit on our hands then. Texas people won't take off their hats. Cowboy hats everywhere. Cowboying. All right. What else did we miss here from the devs? Let's see. Onyx Facilities FAQ. I kind of want to look at that separately. Let me think. I want to cover this. Let's go back to the wonderful wheel of things that we missed. I'm actually going to remove the full Star Citizen live react because we don't have time for that today. We'll do that next week. And let's see what comes up next. Let's go. Come on. Give me something good. Give me something good. New Stellaris update. I actually don't think people are going to stick around for this one. So I'm actually going to save this until Monday. We'll do this on the next Monday patch. I'm sorry for anybody who was excited for the Stellaris news. This one will come back, but we're sticking to what was missed in Star Citizen over the last couple weeks. There is indeed a cooking stream today, Matt. Don't you worry your little Matt Sully butt, dude. We are going in on the chicken noodle soup and homemade bread. Yeah, Soul Surgeon, we were talking about the testing. Correct. Oh, giveaway winner. How about we do that? Yeah, let's go ahead and announce that right now in the middle of all the thingies. Somebody today has won themselves a Misc Fortune. They've had the misfortune of winning a Misc Fortune and gonna get some more salvage in their blood today. Or like I said, it comes with a game package. You could pass this on to a friend if you want them to get into the game. But Mrs. Tomato will be coming on through and we'll do our little pull of the name. Wow, that's fast from
Australia.
Yeah.
Shinobi Trip.
Shinobi Trip. Good job, Shinobi. Let's get it. Let's get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. L's in the chat, or W's in the chat for Shinobi. Congratulations, my friend, on that fortune win. Sorry, I kind of ruined the announcement with my coughs, but thank you so much for getting into that giveaway. I hope you enjoy yourself a little bit of salvaging in this ship. Really? Not gonna wait for the garden gathering fund? You want to start with it? Okay. Mrs. Tomato just let me know if we pass all of the goals for the day, then a new giveaway will be starting. Congratulations, though. Come and get yourself your fortune. If you're not in the stream right now, don't worry. We will be getting in contact with you. But thank you for getting into the giveaway, folks. There are plenty more to come. And I know how it feels. You never win. But honestly, a lot of people who have won on here were like, I've never won before. So it is possible. Kanar, you're playing Stellaris right now? Are you on the new update? Man, I haven't played Stellaris in a while. Got to get back into that at some point. Maverick, thank you for the bits, dude. Keeping Twitch hot and heavy over there. Meant to use your Prime sub on me, but you accidentally use it on another streamer. No problem, dude. As long as you're sticking it to the big A. Big old Amazon. Big A with a little B. Support your favorite streamers. Prime sub, regular sub, whatever it might be. Thanks for the thought, though. Let's see what we're going into next. Come on, give me something good. Give me something good. EPTU incoming. Honestly, I don't know why I put that on there. EPTU incoming. Why did I say that? Thank you. Thank you very much. Where would that have come from? EPTU incoming. I know I had a reason. We'll get to it. Sorry, my memory is terrible, guys. It's like remembering all the Star Citizen stuff makes me forget everything else. It's terrible. Cuban! Thank you, though, my friend, for the Twitch subs. That's more freaking Toast Gang energy. Dropping the 10 subs, dude. Twitch popping off. YouTube, you guys hit that goal, and we got a new ship to give away. Why did I say EPTU incoming? There had to have been something. Was it just a look at engineering? Was it something Jared had said during Star Citizen Live? I hate my brain sometimes. I mean, we did get the like Vulkan integration and testing and stuff. I didn't really review on that, but I honestly don't think. No, it wasn't because of the Vulkan. I think it might have been what we were talking about just now with the new testing model they were doing. I think I just doubled up, had the dev responses on here as well as that, even though that was a dev response. I believe that was supposed to be about the fact that we're going into new testing phases, and I do think that it kind of feels like whatever that is, that closed gameplay groups is going to use the EPTU branch, but we'll see. Yeah, sorry guys, that's a false alarm. I was excited for that one too. Come on, Wheel of Mysteries. LTP news. This is an interesting one. All right, this one comes from the Star Citizen Live. This is all IGN.
We're gonna make it.
Let us pull up the clip, and then we will jump into the topic itself. All right. Let me just make sure I'm hitting the right spot here. Okay, here we go. This is a long segment. Dude, this is such a long part of this talk. Wow, okay. All right, I'm gonna start it like right here. Okay, let's read this in. Little introduction. So, in my opinion, Star Citizen as a game succeeds a lot more when it moves more towards being a game. I know, crazy hot take. But there are some pretty key signs that it's not necessarily new features or new ships that push funding, but a lot of times it is the game just performing better. Now, 2020 was the pandemic. A lot more people started playing games more and jumping into games for the first time. So some of the craziness that is 2020's jump in funding from previous years, I think can be explained by that. But funding has stayed consistently up since then. And I think there are some pretty key reasons for that. Not going to go into all of them here, but one of them, I do believe, is just the game becoming more game-like, quote unquote. Okay. The first thing that happened to make this occur was in, I believe it was either February or March of 2020, we got baby persistence. That might actually be something we can look up here. Star Citizen baby persistence. Yes, here we go. So, a system that was introduced in 3.8.2, LTP, is long-term persistence. 3.8.2 came out in 2020 February. So yes, February of 2020, we got long-term persistence. Folks, before that point, every single time an update came out, all your progress was wiped. Okay? It wasn't even like right now when you don't know what's going to happen. Oh, I left my stuff out of the hangar. Who knows? Oh, I'm playing the persistence lottery. I might lose everything. No, it was just a certain thing. If you jumped into the game in March, your stuff would be wiped in April. If you jumped into the game in October, your stuff would be wiped probably in December. At any point throughout the year, you could expect that everything that you made in the game, from ships to vehicles to weapons to armor to anything that you're storing, is going to be gone. And once that ended in February of 2020, I do believe a lot more people jumped into the game to start playing more. Then, in 3.18 in 2023, I believe it was, we saw another little boost towards our persistence and the ability for things to actually last and survive. And this basically led to inventory systems being able to be used better, physical storage working better, but ultimately people feeling like they could maintain their progress more throughout the game. Now this year, they are talking about not wanting to do wipes much anymore. They are focusing on trying to make the game more playable. And they're acknowledging at least that they realize it's a big problem that people can't trust persistence. And I do think this is arguably one of the biggest changes they could make in the game overall to... Just realized I wasn't recording fully. This is one of the biggest changes in the game they can make overall to just get more people into the game regularly. A lot of folks would just don't want to play because they know they're going to lose their stuff. Every time you logged in, was it? Whew. Jesus. Was it that? So, long-term persistence is a huge downside, I think, to the current state of the game. It's an amazing tech, and I think it's really cool for the game. I'm looking forward to seeing how we can play around with it. But they know it's a big problem. And so they talk about that here, and they talk about their current solutions that they're working on to get to that. I'm going to let you guys listen to that for a little bit.
Work your butt off. There are people who get together with members of their org to work towards earning a Polaris from Wicklow. And if they manage to put all their stuff on the elevator and the elevator doesn't eat it, they then get their Polaris, they then get their Atlas, ICTY, they then get their F8C, whatnot, and they have it. And then we release a patch, which we used to do every 3 or 4 months, and now we've been doing every month. So as an unfortunate side effect of our change in our philosophy, we exasperated this problem, and now it's a gamble. It's a crapshoot. Every time we release a patch, it's just who gets to keep it, Who gets to lose it? Bing, 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 bing.
Yeah, that sucks.
What the heck is happening?
What?
What is happening, and what the hell are we doing about it?
All right, cool. LTP, right, is the famous
The
system we're
worst
talking about.
named thing in the
Yo, I just realized, watch this scene and you can see somebody up here in the top left-hand corner, literally coming out of their balcony door. Could you imagine being in a place where there's like potentially thousands of people watching a broadcast going on and you're visible on it in the background? Just, dude, I go out on my balcony in a robe and nothing else. Danger. That's how you see them toes.
LTP, right, is the famous
The
system we're
worst
talking about.
named thing in the world. No, sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
Well,
You got a few of
let's
them.
go a bit into what LTP actually does, right? Because there's some misconception around it, and also a bit of misconception to the amount of effort you actually put on it. But so historically, if we go back to the 3.x era, I guess, I think it's in the 3.x era.
Yeah.
We developed the first LTP system, right? Which came a bit as a side request, right? Which was we patched 4 times a year. It was a bit like, oh, there's some stuff players want to be able to persist. Cross patch. We're still in development, so it's okay. We're wiping all the time, and we want to wipe because blah blah blah. There's other considerations.
This is the interesting problem they deal with, in my opinion, is like, clearly they want to go as fast as possible and develop in a traditional way, but also they're trying to run this game live and advertising to people that they can come play the game, so they do need to make sure that things like persistence matter. But as far as actually making the game work, it's not that important, I think.
Let's build something. So we built a very small
Not at least at early stages.
system initially to persist stuff, and the way that worked is that the game server would basically submit these commands to say, this guy picked up a gun, this guy dropped a gun, this guy has this. And so that was a solution that kind of worked at the scale of a single server kind of system. And we had a lot less items at the time. That solution was in no way scalable, right?
Right.
But it kind of did work better overall than the current one, to be honest. Now come PES 3.18, come 4.0 dynamic server meshing. Now we persist everything else, right? So we need to kind of change how we deal with long-term persistence. And so let me describe a bit how this works currently. So when you acquire a ship from, let's say, the web platform, right? That ownership record lives on the web platform. It's in there, right? And every time you log into the game, we check, oh, this guy is this.
For context, Benoit and the team at Turbulent actually spent a lot of time building up much of the web platform. So you see them doing also a lot of work helping with the back end of the game now. They've got a little bit more of that institutional knowledge of how that website even works with that stuff. So I am glad that of all the people who would talk about this subject being brought into the game, it is him.
Thing. Does he have that ship in the game? In his entitlements, right?
It's called an entitlement. That's an important term.
That's your entitlements, right?
That's your entitlement.
Processing, entitlement.
So the entitlement records, I know people are going to make the joke of, oh yeah, we're all entitled. Yeah. So the entitlement
I wasn't going to make that joke. I respect these people.
I'm preempting you. So we make sure you have an entitlement record. When you actually open up your ASOP terminal, right, and you view your list of ships, what you're actually viewing is your list of entitlements, right? These are not your ships. These are actually your entitlement records. Attached to your entitlement records is the insurance document that goes with it, which describe the loadout of the ship. We call this an entity class loadout, which describes what's in each port, right? And if there's no entity class loadout or insurance document with it, then it's the default loadout. So that is your entitlement records. That's what you see in ASOP. Then we also query for, is there an entity for this entitlement record at the moment, right? And that will look at the game database in this current moment. Let's call it the inventory database for now, right? So we cross-link the two. So you'll for each row in your ASOP terminal, you'll see your entitlement record. You'll see the state of the entitlement record will allow you to see if you need to deliver it first. That means I have no entity in the game. So when you deliver it, now we create the entity in the game. And then if it's stowed in an inventory, then you can retrieve it, right? It starts from the entitlement record. And then if the ship is stowed, then you'll see its location is set, right? If it's left in space at a location, you'll see its location is set. If it's lost or destroyed, or I think there's a couple of different states, but one of them is destroyed, then you can claim the ship, right? And then that will use the insurance document to destroy whatever matches this entitlement. So we have a way to find entities that were created from a given entitlement, gets destroyed, and then we use the insurance document to give you a brand new ship, right, at the location where you're at. And so that's in-game. That's what you have in-game. That's the way the in-game part works, right? So let's do a clear example. I'm in New Babbage. I have a hawk in my list, and I deliver it. It gets created at that location. I retrieve it. It gets unstowed onto the pad. I use it around, blah, blah, blah. I fly out to another place. I lose the ship. I respawn in Glacier. I do my time.
He says he loses the ship, but we all know he crashed into the moon's surface.
Then I go out to Grimex or whatever. I respawn at. And now I'm at a different location. I see the hawk in my entitlement list, but the ship is nowhere to be found. I claim it. A new ship is created. It's put in there.
Yep.
Okay.
So before we go to the ones you get in game, which is just to reiterate this so everybody understands this before we move on to the next thing. Because people are always wondering, why do I always get the stuff I pay money for? Real money for, but the stuff that I earn in games is different. That's what we're in the process of explaining right now.
Yes.
Because the stuff that you
feel like they'd have some significant legal repercussions if that ended up being a regular thing.
get that you pay actual money for, or that you get awarded through like a subscription or a gift, like we gave the armor to Concierge a couple months ago and stuff like this. Those sit on the web platform. That every time you log into the game goes, hey, what am I entitled to? The platform says, these are the things you're entitled to, and it gives you back. It's why, remember the character reset back in the day and whatnot? That's all it did. It just refreshed those entitlements, and that's why you got those things back.
So essentially, every single update we would get refreshed back to that state before they got the long-term persistence in.
That system is not simple. Benoit what Benoit described there was not simple in the least, but it's a pretty hefty system. It works. We know it works. It's why you are never in any risk of losing the things that you pledged for, and it's why sometimes certain items like the Race for Stanton stuff, trigger a thing that gives you a web platform entitlement, and those go into your My Hangar, and you see them in your My Hangar, and that's why you get those, and you have that. That stuff is, for the most part, it's very stable. It's very stable. You can always rely on getting that stuff back. That's not how the in-game stuff works.
Correct.
Benoit.
So we went through the web platform stuff and how ASUP works, right? Let's go into, now I go to New Deal and I buy a ship with UEC, right? That will actually give you an entitlement, right? Because you can claim those ships, right? You can transfer those ships. So at that point, up to now, these will work identically, right? But when you log into the game, we don't reconcile from an outside source your list of purchased in-game ships. They are just entitlements in your account, right? And that's it. We keep them. Okay. Let's stay on ships for now, right? Before we get the items.
Let's stick with ships.
Now, the thing that's important to know here is that the actual ship you're playing with, the amount of possible states for that ship are almost infinite, right? You could leave the ship in space. You could leave it in your friend's hangar. For some reason, people are able to do that. You can stow it in inventory. It can be inside an Idris that's stowed in someone else's thing. All kinds of stuff can happen. And so there's multiple paths to update that specific state of that ship. Whereas your entitlement, once you have it, you have it. That's why your ASUP terminal always has it. Now, let's talk about how LTP works now. Now, this is within a game patch. When we release a new patch, inventory database, entitlement database, they're gone, right? We start from scratch. And now we're rebuilt. So you reconnect, you come in, your web purchases are being reconciled. We create new entitlements for them. And then when you get in-game, you create new ships, and then you play with those ships and everything works.
Because you lost your components and stuff, right? I see you in chat. Lost your components is 4.3.1.
What is LTP? LTP is when you acquire things in game and you have ships that you own, right? The way LTP was designed, and maybe this is the part that, you know, there's a mistake there, right? But still, I'll explain how it works. When you stow something in an inventory that you own, the systems will create what we call LTP records. These LTP records basically say they're close to what an entitlement is, right? But they say Jared owns a hawk, right? And those are stored in another database, right? That is outside the game environment and lives cross patches, right? And so now when we wipe the entitlement database and we wipe the game database and we start fresh from a new patch, when we reconcile your account the first time, we're going to give you your web purchaser for sure, and we're going to give you back your LTP records. And so that will create those entitlements. That's the intent. Now, the problem is, right?
He keeps asking me right, and I'm not sure if I'm supposed to agree yet.
We need to make sure that we always stow the stuff back into inventories that we own properly, and that those records actually save properly, right? And it turns out that there's a million goddamn
they don't.
ways in which stuff gets stowed in this game. And so...
Okay, see, that's super key. These kinds of statements, Benoit made this kind of statement multiple times during this show.
Ways in which stuff gets stowed in...
Let's listen to it again.
And that those records actually save properly, right? And it turns out that there's a million goddamn ways in which stuff gets stowed in this game. And so, for example...
This is tech debt, dude. He talks about tech debt so much throughout this episode, but like he puts a face to it that I think isn't as obvious unless you have like a spreadsheet of all the things they've done throughout the years. But to acknowledge that they have created a lot of different ways for this game to work at the time that they were at, you know, like in 3.x, you didn't have to worry too much about being able to trade things with an NPC because there weren't that many NPCs. But now in 4.x, you do have to think about that with Wicklow and stuff. So they could have made a system that worked in 3.x but doesn't work in 4.x because those things just weren't there. And there are a lot of examples of this. I can't pull them off the top of my head, but LTP is just one of them. Inventory is another one. Some stuff with like the mission system, the cargo system, quantum travel. It's all based off of mechanics that worked for the time that we had and not necessarily the overall scaled up game. And it seems like a lot of what he was saying was their goal right now in making the game more playable is clearing out a lot of that tech debt and trying to get in systems that are properly scaled for the game they're building on top of server meshing. I'm not going to say whether that's right or wrong, but I think it's worth acknowledging that the way this game has been developed has led to a lot of systems that are not properly made for the game they want to make. And it's good on them to finally start to chip away at that.
Claiming a ship by insurance, then you get the ship, it gets stowed from another path. And in that path, the LTP wasn't correct. We've had cases where we tried to fix bugs related to the F7C turrets, for example, that got disconnected, that were a default loadout item that we didn't want to wipe when you claimed insurance on it. And that messed up the LTP records for it. And so this whole thing basically is very fragile. And so what we realize now is that the list of LTP records and the way we update them is not always a slam dunk. In fact, there are a bunch of cases where the record's not updated right. But we even had a case in 4.2.0 very recently where we realized 2 days after launching the patch that the way the recording was going for the ships, there was an issue where instead of giving you, I'm going to take your Wicklow Polaris as my example just to make it super egregious. Your Wicklow Polaris that you stowed in your inventory by going at your hangar and storing it back in would actually persist as one of its components in LTP. So you would get like a cooler instead of the ship, like you'd get. And so that was obviously a very big issue. And we ran corrective programs to solve that. And so that's why, if you notice in 4.2.1, you didn't have much reports of people losing ships in 4.2.1. But now we're back at 4.3.0 and we've had reports of lost ships between patches. And so we're pretty certain at this point that we know that there's still cases where the LTP records are incorrect, either through certain game flows. There's also, unfortunately, a lot of signal to noise ratio issues, like people claiming they've lost ships. We investigate their accounts. They never had those ships.
Yeah.
We get a lot of that, right? And so at this point, we have to be
CIG, I can't seem to find the bangle I earned in game. Could you just load that into my entitlements and ignore everything else that follows?
I want to jump in here to make sure that this doesn't get lost in some of the stuff I'm checking. So there's two issues. We need to step back and explain how the checkout in the stow works, because that's causing some confusion. We'll do that in a second. But this bug where first bug is things aren't getting stowed right. And so and so when it comes time to entitle at the beginning of a new patch cycle, you don't get the thing. Sometimes it's not getting stowed at all. Sometimes it's getting stowed and being logged as a component part or something else, and that's why it's like, oh, I'm supposed to have a ship. I don't have my ship, but I have this cooler instead. That I don't think I own this cooler and whatnot. We were on a call, you and I, until it was like 4:00 in the morning, my time, when we were investigating this and just giving you examples, and we were trying to figure out what's going. The man was literally inside the raw LTP database. We were checking individual items, like talking to backers on Twitter and Discord, and like, okay, when did you do this and what did you do this? Like working down at the most granular level in the middle of the night, trying to figure this out back in, I can't even remember what patch it was, to figure out that they were being stored as other items.
Yeah.
So that you can write the SKU to fix that stuff. But all of this happens because of something that we haven't explained before, and that's the checkout and stow system. So talk to me about, and talk to me, be candid, it's okay, about how the checkout and stow on this LTP system works. And I'm gonna preface you people. I'm gonna preface this with something. We've admitted to.
What do you mean, you people?
A lot of peculiarities in the course of this show. Now we're about 2.5 hours in. We've been very candid. We've been very forthright. We've admitted to. Benoit said the words, "Can't trust Dev with this" or whatnot. It's like this. A lot of things are being said in jest and whatnot. What I can't control what you take away from this conversation that we've had. My hope would be a recognition that we're human and that we're constantly trying and growing and striving to do better. If you choose to take other stuff from that, I can't do much to help that. But explain the checkout and stow system, because that's what's going to.
All right. So this is getting pretty long. I don't want to go into another diatribe of kind of the problems, but the gist of this, to me, is LTP is just another system that, like he said, he literally said it in the beginning of this video. They brought it in because people wanted there to be some level of persistence, right? You wanted to be able to earn something and bring it to the next update. Not crazy. Okay, I think most of us love that. You guys are all smart people. You want to play smart things. That means keeping your progress. This is just how it is. And they also recognize that as a group that is literally trying to fund a game off of objects that don't necessarily work correctly, they need to have something for people to do. Even if the ships don't, even if they don't have engineering, you don't have your full reputation system or your mission givers or inventories, like you don't have all the stuff you need for a full game. At the very least, you can provide a well functioning tech demo, which is kind of what 3.x was. Well functioning is up to your interpretation. What I mean by that is basically just offering you a chance to try the game out without a black screen. You would get some black screens. Let's just say tech demo. Okay, they needed to provide a tech demo that had some level of progression, so they built something that worked for the time. I think this goes directly to the star map, which up until last year we had a very basic version that was built for a game that focused around Port Olisar, included a backdrop that was Crusader, not even a real planet, and a few space stations. It didn't include multiple points of interest. It didn't include a bunch of planets. It didn't include a whole star system. There weren't that many locations, so you could tell it was like a temporary system. There wasn't search. You couldn't place markers. You couldn't really see your path that well. It didn't tell you how much fuel you were going to use. That was a tech debt feature that they didn't want to bother, but they wanted to keep in just to keep the game functioning. And we've always looked at this point of like 4.x or whatever, them getting to server meshing and finally being able to be like, okay, we've reached server meshing. We've got the back end starting to actually form. Now we can build the systems to work on the proper game we're building. And that's what we're seeing here. They're talking about it when it comes to fixing up things like inventory or quantum travel or the transit system, interdictions getting an update, all that kind of stuff. They've reached that plateau where they want to work on it. And everybody's opinion is 100% valid. Maybe you don't like that. Maybe you think they should have built the final systems back then. Maybe you don't think they should be taking care of this stuff just yet. But I think they see this as a plateau, an opportunity to try and limit some of this stuff, especially as the CTO of the company. He's probably the most concerned with this kind of thing. But they see the chance to try and chisel away a little bit at this over this year of playability. And I think this is part of that push for playability. I don't think they're going to finish it all this year, but it's all part of maintenance, hygiene, the janitorial work, clearing out the old stuff that's not working all that well. And for that reason, I think that the long-term persistence, getting some level of fixing and reliability is one of the biggest things that they could do for this game. This is huge. It's not huge because they're not making any announcements here, but the act of doing this is pretty huge. And I hope that we get more updates on this soon, because I think this is one of those things that stops a lot of people from playing. It's stuff like this falling through your ship and like not having places to spend your money reliably is like, they're just core pillars of unplayability in the game. Losing your progress is pretty ridiculous. And even though they've said they don't want to do any more wipes, if people are still occasionally losing some stuff here and then upon updates, then that idea that this is a game with a permanence to it is never going to proliferate. Nobody's ever going to find out about it. People who are hearing about this game for the first time are still going to be seeing feedback that, oh, you've lost some stuff 3 months after getting it. This isn't really a game. This isn't something I want to get involved in. I'll wait for that. So getting this fixed, I think, is a really big part of them pushing a game, pushing an experience at least, that seems approachable and that can live alongside Squadron 42, even if it's not at 1.0 yet. So that's my look into this, long-term persistence and stuff. I'm going to end that right here, but there is more during this talk if you want to go over it and hear all the things they talk about. We'll be covering this next week in full, because I think there's a lot of little bits of info here, little nuggets that are useful. They might not be game-changing, but they're definitely useful bits to have. Peace. You shudder to imagine how much refactoring they do on a monthly basis. Everything's refactors. Freaking CIG's Oprah with the refactors. You get a refactor. Everybody gets a refactor! It's kind of annoying. I hate refactors, but also, you know, just part of how it works. I see Fairster in the chat. Hello, my friend. I've got a little, I guess just a little bit of a mention here. I'm going to be talking about the Apollo soon, the RSI Apollo. And my main look at the ship so far was just through your own review and tour of the ship. So I don't even know much about the ship other than its release, but we're going to dive into all the stuff that's going on and see if that ship is really as good as they say, or if it's just another Cuddy Red. Who's they? I don't know. With changes to everything from persistence to inter-server communication to entity trapping, old systems are just plain incompatible. Do you think that they informed people well enough that this kind of stuff was going to happen? that like they needed to rework the systems that they had in the 3.x era of updates to actually function for a real game? Add on to that question, do you think they're doing it well enough now? Because we all know that there are things that will have to be worked on better before the game reaches 1.0. Like, ships are going to have to get a gold standard kind of update. Game systems obviously have to get built. Like, do they do a good job of setting expectations on that stuff, in your opinion? Need to make an Apollo ship review. I actually do ship reviews. I just don't do them in the traditional sense. Like, I did a what's it called? The lion, the wolf, the L-21 wolf. My ship review for that was just basically, like, I try to build a narrative about the overall game. So I am sort of working on a ship review for the Apollo, but I don't know if I'll be able to do it anytime soon. I'll have to have that Attenborough voice, though, for it. This is what happens when you build your engine for a single-player game, then try to make it work for an MMO. Do you think if they weren't doing Squadron, it would have worked better? I always assume it's because they tried to build the engine for a game that was trying to function at the same time, as opposed to just finishing the engine and then building the game, you know? Like, if they didn't have to worry about the PU, this all would have gone a lot more smoothly. Nay the Lord, you only got here last November. Really? Dude, I feel like you've been in chat a lot longer. Chief Tygon, thank you for the sub, man. What's up, Toes Gang? 07th, buddy. You don't think they knew they would have to do this when they started? I don't know about that. I mean, they definitely said that they would need to redo things for server meshing. Maybe not when they started the game, but when they started doing server meshing, they were talking about changing things. Like the transit refactor was a topic for like at least the last 4 or 5 years in monthly reports. I would hope that they knew they'd have to change the inventory system, though. You think the other medical ships should have gotten buffs to reflect the other nerfs? Feels weird to have sold the medical terrapin recently, but now it can't be used in the same way as the Apollo. To be honest, I think the Apollo should be the sole T1 bed. It would have worked better. You think their pipeline was made more complex because of Star Citizen, but now you feel like they're at the point where workflow from Squadron can quickly and effectively benefit Star Citizen. Man, that's what they told us. That's what they told us. And still waiting for that in a big way. To be honest, I wonder if this ever would have worked out if they didn't end up getting that big batch of CryEngine devs. Probably would have been a lot more expensive. Does it make sense lore-wise for only one ship to have a T1? It's hard to say because the lore has changed quite a bit. From the very beginning, yes, it makes sense. From like when they first started to release ships, it definitely seemed like respawning was going to be a very limited thing you could do. And it was more likely that you'd have to be brought somewhere for medical assistance rather than it being possible on site. All of that has changed now, so I don't know. You think all capitals should have T1 beds? I hear that. In terms of the Apollo being like a sole T1, I think that would be if the Apollo was the only one with a small ship. with that type of bed. I did see that they're talking about the terraforming lore. I believe we have that as an option here on the wheel. Let's see what comes up next. Story time is... Wait, stop, wait. No, this doesn't count. This one doesn't count. Oh, we would have been hitting the Apollo too. Look at that. No. Okay, stop. No, stop clapping, everybody. I need to take out story time because we already talked about that. Next one. Okay. This thing really wants us to talk about the Apollo. It's like, you guys are already chatting about it. Let's see it. Every 5 years you check out SC. Last week you tried it again. You were very disappointed. So buggy, so frustrating, so unpolished, and the tutorial was junk. Sorry to hear that, Sketching. I will see you in 2030 though, my friend. I hope it runs a little better by then. That would suck if not. Apollo. Oh, I hate this part of this song. Hate
We're
it.
gonna make it. I just know that we're gonna do every single thing.
Uh-oh. So a couple things came out for the Apollo since I've been gone. Obviously, they put out the whole page about it. We'll go through that in a second. They also did a Q&A, and I've got my own thoughts. But first, let's check out the behind the ships that they released for this thing. Oops. You agree with Ferris? Do you feel capital ships need tier 1 as well as deep space explorers like the Carrack? All small medical ships just T3 except for the Apollo. I feel capitals. I think maybe other ships that are kind of like it should be T2s that are smaller. But definitely it should be limited, right? I think it should definitely be very limited, but I think the closer we get, the more casual we get, the more live, the more of a overall group of players that this is. I don't know what the freaking word is. The bigger the player base gets, the more they're going to be willing to move away from that model. How many T1 injuries have I had in all the past year? Oh boy. Quite a few, man. I get hurt. You think you've had one after getting blasted by rads a bunch and being unable to be revived? Could only be decon penned when alive. Now, Nay the Loud, you said you've only been here for a year. But prior to that, injuries were not very common. I think that changed with... I think it might have been 4.0 or 324 or something, but injuries used to not really happen almost ever. I would say before that time, I probably got... I honestly can't remember, but my injury amounts definitely have gone up over the last year. I would say I've gotten tier 1 injuries pretty regularly, at least every couple of sessions. But it's usually only when I'm out and about for a while. I think what they've banked on is players will eventually be away from medical beds for a lot longer. So what they want to do is make sure that you can constantly get upped and get healed, but the injuries will stack over time. So if you're getting shot in a tier 3 injury, it turns into a tier 1 as opposed to getting a tier 1 quickly. I think tier 1s are more meant for the people who are running long dungeons or doing multiple missions at once, or of course not being inside of a ship that can heal your injuries in between your combat, which is still quite a few of them. You've gotten maybe 2 to 3 so far this year? They can tune it so that they're more rare. That's true. You think that, do you think that they're, why were you asking that though, Nay? You think they should be more or less? My thoughts on the Medgel costs? Not super sure. I want to see how it plays out in game. I haven't gotten to play since they updated that stuff. You're wondering why everyone wants a T1 bed? Because people want things easy. It's good that they changed their model of storing stuff early on. They used to have us be able to pick up stuff from the space station nearby or from a planet across the system. If they made that change now, there'd be so much more anger there than there was when they made it initially. All right. The RSI Apollo is here, folks. I missed this release by a good amount, but I've got opinions, and I've also seen some opinions, and we've gotten a few updates here. This is the kind of ship that is going to, I don't want to say change Star Citizen, but it's going to have a pretty big impact on how Star Citizen plays because this represents a lot. It represents medical gameplay. It represents medical gameplay on a smaller scale than what a lot of ships offer. Not a lot, but a few ships offer. And it represents kind of the direction that they're going in when it comes to how this game is supposed to play out. So we're going to watch this and talk about the way the game kind of was meant to play when they first concepted the Apollo and how it plays now, because both those things are different, and it has led to them changing this ship quite a bit in its upcoming. It's going to be a little bit of a long one, but hopefully a goodie. Let's get into it.
The Apollo is a medium to large ship. It follows the more traditional RSI styling rather than the more modern sort of triangular.
Bro, this thing's huge. That's so big. The Zeus is like 45 meters long, I think. $45.7 meters long. Golly, man. Hold on, let's go. What's the Apollo? This is probably already updated to reflect the new 73. Fuck. Hold on, let me see if I can find the old. Where would I be able to find like the initial reveal of this ship? I'm pretty sure this thing was supposed to be like 40 meters long, maybe. Let me see if we can find a little mention that they give when they first introduced it. 73 meters long is crazy. Where might they talk about it though? Where might...
This is a really good ship, and this is bringing new kind of gameplay, so it looks good.
No.
Do you know what? I kind of like playing the medic often.
No.
So, you know, I'm not quite sure how this will turn out in our game, you know, but I just want to see it.
At the front with 2 ejection beds, and it has a size 2 turret on the top of the ship at the rear, which is more a point defense turret rather than something made for dogfights or anything.
I don't know where I'd be able to... I don't think there's any concept art on this thing that shows it next to other ships. Honestly, I wonder if that's why. They were a little arbitrary about the size it would be. Literally next to anything would give us a sense of scale. But I don't think they have it. Let me think. All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to get the old version of this page. And that will show us what it was just a few weeks ago. March 28th. So we have the new size of 73 meters long, 54 meters wide, and 14 meters tall. It used to be 43 meters long, 30 meters wide, and 10 meters tall. So we're looking at an increase of 30 meters in length, 24 meters in width. 24 fucking meters in width? Oh my god. Dude. That's so much. That's so big. Wow. That's whew. Hey, at least the SCU amount went up, I guess. It used to be called a medium ship. Now it is called a large ship. So this ship just completely changed classes. Funny, because I just put out a video about concept art and them, how it messed up the delivery of ships finally getting into the game. And, you know, look at the Mercury Star Runner, look at the Reclaimer, look at several ships like this. This is not the last time it'll happen either. Basically, any ship in concept stage is at risk of going through this kind of a process, and it really sucks. It just changes what the ship is for a lot of people. I know. Who cares? It's bigger. It still does the same thing. I like this size ship. Not too crazy about this size ship, and I don't think I'm alone there. People just, you know, really liked the concepts that they told people they were going to get.
Shape styling we've seen on other RSI ships.
It's flat, it's sleek, it's cutting edge.
Not looking too industrial or like military.
It's like an ambulance and a Lamborghini had a child. Yeah, man, it's a thing of beauty.
Medical ships in the game provide a variety of functions, ranging from
beautiful.
initial treatment of injuries.
Don't get me wrong. Size doesn't change how beautiful this ship is.
It was definitely a bit of a challenge because when I first looked at the ship, it looked like it was mostly flat shapes. But there's a lot of panels that fold in on top of themselves.
And compared to the original concept, it has changed.
What? Dude, is it bigger than the Connie? I gotta do this again. I'm sorry. There's no way it's actually bigger than the Constellation, right? 73... No, the Connie's like 80-something meters long. How about width-wise? Dude, this thing got huge. No! It is bigger than the Connie! It's 9 meters longer than the Connie. What? Dude, my gasts have been flabbered yet again. I guess the Constellation's probably going to grow then, huh? Wow, dude. And this is the problem with funding a game off of stuff that is being sold before the systems that they use. It is the painful truth of how this has gone, and it leads to this happening to a lot of ships, but they had to fund a game before they even had the details of the game figured out. So now they have to fit in components. They have to fit in metrics for certain things to work. They have to change the medical system to fit the ships. And I do wonder to myself sometimes how many different ships CIG wishes they could just go back and reconcept or wipe away. I guess we can kind of see that. The Asgard is basically them reconcepting the Valkyrie to be something a little better. Not to say that they do the same thing, but like, you know.
Some ways, mostly dimensionally.
We tried to keep as much of the silhouette as we could, but when it came down to it, it just had to get a little bit wider and a little bit taller.
And yes, the Apollo has the wee lights, so it's nice and visible in space.
Within the Apollo family, there are two variants. The Triage is the base model, and then there is the Medivac, which improves upon the Triage by doubling the missile count and providing heavier armor.
We got a lot of cool paints. I think my favorite one is the Vitality one that we were able to bring back from the Terrapin. I think overall the ship lends
It
itself
actually
Terrapin?
does look really, this right here does remind me of the Terrapin a lot, even though they're different companies.
I think overall the ship lends itself well to all kinds of nice paint jobs. It's just got a nice sleek look to it.
Obviously, medical gameplay tends to follow some combat gameplay or active combat gameplay. And as
Or just
such,
bad
we've
flying,
improved
John.
the offensive and defensive capabilities of the Apollo compared to its original concept standing. Pilot now has a pair of size 4 weapons to control, and the turret now has size 3 weapons on it as well for either the co-pilot to use if there is one, or the pilot has slave control over them by default.
All right, maybe this is a hot take, but I think it's really fucking stupid to have pilot-controlled medical weapons. Now I need to look up the concept art for this ship, because let's see if they have any combat pictures. They love combat pictures on non-combat ships. Hey, see, okay, this is good. This is good. Look at this. There's no combat pictures with this ship. Aw, CIG. Good job, guys. The only combat picture is it being chased. I think that makes a ton of sense. It's better than it freaking riding into battle on its combat horse like the Raft is in its concept images. I think it's silly for them to have pilot-controlled weapons on this ship. I'm all for turrets and defense and stuff, but it's just weird. Like, the more they include multiple features in a single seat in multiple ships, the less special those ships are, the less they actually would lead to people using them for specific things and not other things. I'm sorry to call you out, Ferrister, but like even in Ferrister's review of this game, he was like, you can use this ship for bounties up to medium level. And while that's true because of the way that they equipped it, it's kind of dumb. I don't know.
When you enter the ship at the rear, you enter into this very fancy airlock ramp area that is wide enough for you to be able to push gurneys up and through and out again. You enter into what we call the triage area.
You're gonna have a central hallway that has a really nice skylight view to the exterior, and on each side you're gonna have windowed walls which are giving you direct view to the med bays.
So this is a immediate place for, once you're on board the ship, to decide which of the 2 modular medical rooms you are going to put the patient into, or put yourself into.
When you're in the medical bay, you're supposed to sort of have this feeling of sterile, bright colors, which we've also contrasted with the rest of the ship.
If it is not a medical emergency, you have 2 engineering cargo rooms immediately to your left and right for storing supplies and accessing components.
If you keep going in the center, you're gonna go through a small engineering room.
And then you move forwards into the final room of the ship, which is the bridge and the habitation, as well as the central crew elevator that provides a second entrance into the ship.
The beds are in the bridge because we wanted to leave as much space in the rest of the ship for mostly like the patients.
We've mentioned the Apollo is a modular medical ship, and included with every Apollo is 6 medical modules. And whilst there is 6, they are essentially left and right variants of the 3 medical tiers of beds that we have. You have aptly 3 tier 3 beds capable of...
Be honest, I don't think the tier 3 beds are really all that necessary for this ship, but I think it's it's good that they offer the choice, but I do feel like it's more likely to lean towards a tier 1 or tier 2 default for this.
Fixing tier 3 injuries. Tier 3 beds, regeneration-wise, are designed for mission-specific regeneration ranges, such as a line of mine, jump town, or other POIs like that. Tier 2 beds expand that range to encompass a distance that covers pretty much the majority of our planets in the universe. Tier 2 helps you recover from more serious injuries, and there is a pair on board in the Tier 2 medical module. And then we have the Tier 1 medical bed, capable of healing and restoring the most serious injuries in the game. and this is the primary ship in the universe at this point that has the regeneration range encompass the whole star system that you're in.
Yeah, I think that's where they need to balance this ship around. God. Oh yeah, I think they need to balance it around the tier 1 beds because, well, I was about to make a statement that the majority of people would be using this standalone, but I would be interested in seeing how many people are using this ship to just go out and do medical gameplay versus how many people are using this ship as like a group ship that you're taking out with like your friends, you know, being a medic contractor versus a medic with a specific job.
And if you're not sure what tier responds to what injury, you can read more about that on the medical guide on our website. The Apollo and other medical ships are primarily designed for those players who want to support and help others in their journey throughout the game. But they are also useful for you as a solo player. If you just want to do things by yourself, you have that sort of home base that you can use in missions.
I'm super happy with the way it came out.
Yeah, I'm very happy with how the ship turned out. It's been very nice to go back to that classic RSI styling that a lot of long-time players will have grown up with the Auroran constellation. It's just nice to see that in a newer visual style.
So that wasn't a ton of information, arguably because I think medical is kind of not super engaging at the moment. One thing that I didn't really talk about, though, during this was this rear opening ramp. Now, let's go back to their concept art and double check what they showed in terms of the ramp originally, because there was one picture, I think, that showed it. Weirdly, it's the only one that's not here. RSI Apollo. There we go. So this is the one picture we had before that showed this rear ramp. I'm not sure if they made it smaller here. In this shot, it looks like it's about the same width as this like central section. You can't really tell from the views that they give us here.
You enter the ship at the rear, you enter into this very fancy airlock ramp area that is wide enough for you to be able to push gurneys up and through.
I mean, that being said, this ship is only 30-something meters wide, right? So this ramp was going to be even skinnier back then. I guess you could go by this guy. You could probably put 8 of him across this ramp and walk up. Again, it's all concept art. You can't go off of the specific details here. But it does seem like the ramp is unnecessarily small. I take it that's just to limit vehicles from getting inside, but it
push gurneys up and through.
Even with a gurney, I feel like in Star Citizen I'm gonna be a little nervous going through something this small. It's interesting. And the idea that it could be a docking collar in the back is also one to consider, but like a docking collar would have to go through this section. It'd have to be able to fit into just this little square, so they probably would have to redesign docking as well. You could look at the Anvil Legionnaire to see what their ideas were for that, at least back then. So this is a docking tube. A ship-to-ship docking tube. So you can see they did plan for them to be fairly small. So it very well might be made to fit into that space. And that's exactly what they want to do. But dang, is that a small entrance? The gurney fits in there pretty easily. Okay.
Area that is wide enough for you to be able to push gurneys up and through.
The other thing we haven't talked about here is the loss of drones. When they were first doing this ship, drones were definitely a big part of what would make it a normal or an interesting, different kind of medical experience from the other stuff they wanted to do with medicine. Let me give you guys a look at this.
Base.
Oh,
28
there's the rear ramp.
SCU of cargo at the back.
And then you've got medical bay space. It's always that sort of fine line between sort of reality sci-fi and gameplay. So it's, okay, we need to basically spawn a player here, but we don't want him popping in. So the player will be delivered. There's a glass cover on top, sort of protecting the player.
A dev on Spectrum said that the docking collar would extend out from the back of the Apollo. Okay, well, there's confirmation then, I guess, that it is indeed a docking space. See if we can find that on here. It's the only post I can see about the Apollo. It might have been Reddit. Was it a dev or was it just a person? Yeah, I don't see any devs mentioning it here. You think it was for all ships, for general ships? I see. So they didn't explicitly say that for this ship or for this implementation, just kind of something considered from previous talks. All right. Keep listening in on this, though. This is kind of how the ship has changed.
The thought process is that we'll have essentially like an opaque glass when there's nobody in it, and then you'll hear noises and probably lights will come on and the bed will activate, and then a person will arrive. The glass turns transparent, and you're like, okay, that, you know, the bed's occupied. At least that's how we've developed it at the moment. It's kind of like a self-healing unit, so you'll have a disc that scans the person, finds out what's wrong with them, heals them, and then it opens up and off they go. And so with this ship, you'll be able to pick up people, fix people up, shove them back out the door, you know, so it can be, you know, obviously there'll be medical gameplay.
That we plan is either...
So yeah, there was this whole idea of having a drone that would basically go out into dangerous areas and retrieve the person and then bring them back to the Apollo to heal them. So this was your one and done location. This was your clinic. This was not a mid-range sort of, we got to stabilize this way and then take them back to a hospital. This was like, get them into the Apollo, get them fixed up, get them back out. It would go to places that are too dangerous, that maybe players don't want to go outside of. I saw mention of a ground vehicle. I don't think this was ever meant to house ground vehicles specifically for that reason. I think that's why we had drones. The ramp was never really big enough for ground vehicles. The ship itself was never really big enough for ground vehicles, and the drones were supposed to take care of actually going outside and retrieving people. But drones are gone. They're not actually doing drones with this release. We've seen in recent talks here that the idea of drones in this ship is in the thought process, which I think most people are considering probably means is not going to happen. Here is that mention.
Yes. Okay. Since we have revealed that the Apollo is coming next month, how are drones such as repair and medical coming along?
Cool. It's the drones question that chat
It's
has
the
been asking
drones
for.
question.
So drones are being developed as part of base building. Obviously, the Apollo is coming next month. That
So
means
base building is coming next month.
You know, that's not what it means. Or someone in chat says that. Drones will not be releasing as part of the Apollo launch. We'll rip that band-aid off now. When we were developing the ship, obviously the Apollo, I want to say it was 2017 originally concepted.
17 or 18. I remember.
17 or 18. The idea of medical gameplay then is very different to the idea of medical gameplay now. And we have people working on updates to the medical gameplay system right now, beyond what we talked about, the medical beacon. And when we were looking at the ship, the drones was this sort of gray area. They said they would do one thing in the concept. That sort of doesn't really apply in the game loop we have now for medical. They predated tractor beams and just the whole respawn mechanics we have now. So we have left space for the drone bay in the ship. We've not got rid of it. The space is there if we find a valid use case for them to exist when drones as a feature exist. But the Apollo will launch next month.
See, that's a weird way of putting it. They made the ship bigger to accommodate the drones that might or may not come into the game. But what if they don't? Does the ship just end up being overly sized because of a late decision? Or will they put something else there to remedy that? It's a weird place that the Apollo is in because of this whole... I mean, to be honest, the gameplay is just not ready. So... I don't know if we'll ever see drones with the Apollo. I'm going to go ahead and just set my expectations now and assume that drones are gone from the idea of the Apollo. There are more important things for drones to be taken care of, repair, refuel, base building, whatever. But it's an interesting way that this ship has changed. And that, again, is because gameplay has changed so much, like he just said, from when they first announced this concept to when it actually came out. And that's unfortunately what happens when you are building a game before your game is built. For lack of a better phrase. It's a little bit of a confusing phrase. Ferrister, good to see you in chat, dude. Thank you for being here. I'll catch you later. The Cutlass Red can fit ground vehicles. The Apollo has always been big enough. I mean, when I say ground vehicles, I mean like the kind of ground vehicle a medical person would actually use. Can the Cuddy Red fit anything bigger than a hover bike? I feel like this ship could probably also fit a hover bike, but that's just not really the kind of gameplay that the Apollo is taking place in. So let's look at what they said about this ship in the side announcement. For those who dive into danger without hesitation, for those who dedicate their lives to others, for those who champion goodness wherever they go, RSI applauds your mission and is proud to present the Apollo Triage and Medivac, two life-saving ships with peerless mobile medical technology. RSI believes whatever you do, do it well, and nothing is worth doing better than healing your crew. Maybe killing the other crew, though. Red can fit a Steve. I see. Well, I guess, yeah, they could put one in here. It'd hardly be the first ship to enter the game without finalized gameplay. Yes. But drones are kind of a big part of the game. And it's... Like, I understand the Reclaimer having a drone bay because it's already been built and everything. It just feels like we're at this position with the Apollo where it's launching into a game where they're trying to give people more confidence about what the game is going to provide. But I don't know if anybody is confident enough to say that drones will definitely be used for the Apollo right now. So it feels worse to see it released like that than to see, I don't know, the 400i come in and not be able to scan, per se. Because we know that the 400i is going to be able to scan at some point. So you get modules with it, tier 1 through tier 3. They went over that. You got the medical design brief. Serve your fleet. They give you the specs of the ship. Really, there's nothing else to talk about here because they did the medical design brief. And again, this design brief draws attention to the fact that a lot of like respawns being optional in different locations, and a lot of the, you know what, I'm not going to finish that thought. I just don't know what this ship is meant for really at this point, and I'm looking forward to getting in game and trying it out so we can see. it's hard to talk about it without having played with it. I'm hoping next week maybe we can try out the Apollo and see if we can do some medical stuff. But this really, man, this is a tough one, because this isn't necessarily going to play how it's playing right now. This is such a challenging thing to do, to figure out how medical gameplay will work and interact with respawning, along with both the people who need medical attention and the people who want to do medical gameplay for others, balancing it to be fun and not too intrusive to the rest of the game, to be a central medical facility as well as a medivac kind of vehicle, and to be a ship that's built around a certain type of gameplay, but definitely cannot offer that gameplay right now, and we don't know if it will in the future. This is a ship in a really weird spot. If anybody is interested in medical gameplay, I would definitely say go ahead and rent or buy another medical ship in game first and try it out and get a good idea of it before even considering the Apollo with real money. Maybe at some point they will add a drone bay to swap out a medical bed pod in the future. Maybe. Maybe. The Apollo's a weird one. Maybe a topic for another video sometime. Oh, they've got the Q&A here. Let's see what kind of questions they're answering. You'll get all the modules with your ship. Tier 3 and Tier 2 beds capable of healing less severe injuries provide benefits in terms of capacity and throughput of your generations. For example, more beds means more people can respawn without queuing. Okay, here is, I think, a really big opportunity for this ship. When they mention regen queuing, and then they mention the ability to pick where you're going to regenerate or respawn. I didn't think this would be possible before, because I didn't think they would have this sort of choice with the way that the lore worked. But in the future, you're going to be able to select from a list of places where you can respawn with your imprint. I don't know if they want you to have to save your imprint at all of those places to do that. Maybe somebody can confirm in the chat. But if they don't, allow you to have multiple imprints at different locations, allowing you a tactical choice, or choosing where you next regenerate. So maybe they make sure you have to go there physically to set your imprint there. Either way, with this kind of ability to queue people spawning into your ship, I would be interested in seeing if this is the sort of gameplay mechanic where you could fly into Pyro with a Tier 1 Apollo, and then like create an open beacon that says, if you are in this area, you can respawn at my ship, and just become a lifeline in that location. Because that would be interesting for the really, really far out systems where there aren't too many people to be able to explore and know that there is a medic that stays on hand in this system. And even if they can't come save you when you get downed, you can respawn on their ship and figure it out from there. But we'll have to see. There's more info to come from that. Following the recent changes to medical, how will the Apollo function if you equip 2 medbed modules? They basically say it's linked to the bed, not the ship. What are the reasons for the size increase? As with a lot of older concepts, certain aspects of gameplay have changed or been revised, requiring adjusted metrics. In particular, the required space and angles for things like gurneys traversing through the ship and using the rear ramp. That's tech debt, right? It's not tech debt because the ship wasn't in the game, but if the ship was in the game, they would have had to go back and fix that, which had to happen with like the Vulture, the Reclaimer, will have to happen with the Mercury Star Runner, probably the Herald. Are the Apollo paints compatible between the two versions? Yes, they are. Thank golly gee. That would have been really, really bad if they weren't. Does it have emergency lights? Wee-woo lights, yes. Dedicated storage, it does. It has spots for weapons and items and tools and all that jazz. Not much to answer in the Q&A either. Not gonna lie, folks. It's a little bit of a tight-lipped release. I'm not saying that they're withholding stuff on purpose. I don't think they have a lot of stuff nailed down in how this is fully gonna work, given like you can't tell how the game's going to work right now. We need more star systems, we need more content, and we need the player base to be spread out more so that we can actually see how medical and respawn systems need to work in this game. And I think that's the direction they're trying to move in. Anyways, there's a big old deep dive into the Apollo release. Yeah. I want to say what happened here, but we can tell what happened here. More interesting thing is going to be, can they make convincingly good medical gameplay that works with the way that they're building these ships? I do not know. I don't think anybody does, but hopefully we'll see this develop more in the coming year. Didn't they drop a whole design doc on medical? They did. But like, if you want to know what's going on with medical gameplay right now, it's mainly stuff we already know. The only stuff that really we didn't know about was like the med bed prices and stuff. The other part of this is future medical gameplay. And I don't see how, like, none of this tells me that there is a specific spot for the Apollo, other than it having more beds and choices of beds. Medbed permissions is cool too. But yeah, most of this stuff doesn't really tell me a lot about how the Apollo is going to play specifically. And I don't even think they have enough info to make a design brief about that either. Next topic, my friends. Let's go. That was a long one, the Apollo. Microtech's getting terraformed. I don't actually know if this is true. This is a little guess of mine. Let's go to... First, I'm going to need to launch the game. Let's go back to the Planet Tech video from last year.
Over a much larger...
Now I want to like
and the quality
draw
and
attention.
On the
Actually, first, let's go to the. Gonna have to find the dev tracker and go way back to find Ali Brown's input. You saw the Verse project? Yeah, I actually downloaded that a while back to do it on stream yet, but I still have not gotten to get in. I don't know if they've gotten the moon surfaces in yet. You think they're going to make planets bigger? I want them to make planets bigger. Who knows? It'd be hard to fit that into lore, though. We terraformed the planets. They're larger now. They're big. We gave them more rocks. More dirt. Dude, this was a while ago, huh? Where was Ali's? Here we go. Okay. Genesis status. Questions about Planet Tech V5. So here is the thread. All right, folks, let's talk about planets. CIG made Planet Tech back in 2016-ish, 15-ish, whatever. It launched the game at the end of 2017. And since then, they've been updating planets here and there every year or two, every few years, with different things that make them cooler, better, more fun, more performant, more variety, diversified. Now, we can go back to our previous year's CitizenCon, where they were talking about some of the improvements they were making to the way that these planets were being made. Throughout this whole time, I want you to keep in mind and take note of what planet they're using for all of these showcases. There's not a name on this planet, but you can kind of tell from the biomes they're using. Yeah, 3.0 Planet Tech, end of 2017.
So, how do we make that?
Move forward a little bit more. It's more and more, you know? Not like this is Crusader. There is a lot of stuff in this video. I'm not going to run you guys through all of it, but you can see like even things like the tree scattering has changed a lot with their new Planet Tech.
And in a second, we'll flip over to what you can expect from the new upcoming tech.
So a lot of updates, and then you get into like the biomes. They start sharing biomes.
High temperature.
What biomes you guys working on? High heat, high temperature, high moisture, resulting in swamps. These are very exciting, and honestly, I think most people, myself included, thought these would be Terra that they show up on. Jumping forward, we've also got your good old-fashioned medium temperature, high humidity jungles. Now, to be quite honest, I could see this being a thing in Hurston. Now, I'm not saying all of this stuff is going to show up right away in the game. Primarily, this video, in my mind, is about Planet Tech changing. And that's because in the 4.3.1 loading screen, we are seeing talk of terraforming. Generally, these loading screens are talking about things that are upcoming and will be happening soon. I promise I'm gonna tie all this back to make some sense. Some sense. Not an overwhelming amount, but some. After jungles, they also showed us forests. This now makes the most sense for being something that comes to a planet like Microtech. But ultimately, I think the terraforming is just a way for them to introduce a whole bunch of new biomes and have some fun with it. All right. So, hey, GII folks. I see you. Literally repping the shirt. GII jersey, what's up? Anyways. So these are some of the things that they were showing us, how they wanted to be changing planets and their biomes and stuff like that. Now, if you go back to this thread where Ali Brown's actually talking about the progress on this system, he'll say that the progress is going well. It's a major focus. They're going to probably start with one planet before rolling it out to others and more diverse biomes. So it'll probably be a rework first, right? A chance for them to update the biomes that already exist on a planet, which I do think forests give them the opportunity to do that because we kind of already have forests in the planet. They're just not quite this dense, not quite this impressive. Goes on to say, as for the specific tech features, most of the infrastructure is now done, but there are a few important visual features left, and then 2 major tech changes to achieve the desired performance, and then a bunch of smaller tasks. If I had to put a percentage done on it, maybe 75%, but it's incredibly hard to be precise. 2 things. Ali Brown is working one of the leads on implementing Vulkan. Vulkan is a big stopgap in getting things implemented into the game, because when they're designing the game and building these things, they either need to build things to run on the Vulkan environment or on the DX11 environment. And they haven't done an addition from all of this dev stuff they're working on, all this engineering backend stuff, since before the beginning of this year. And that's because, well, theories have it that is because Vulkan hasn't been able to come in and allow them to keep moving forward. Stuff like engineering, the fire hazards, things like that. Some of us do believe that those things can't work without Vulkan being the rendering engine by default. So, some of the stuff he might be talking about now is stuff that has to do with Vulkan. 75% complete in July. This is what, 2 months ago? I wouldn't say to read too much into that being soon per se, but it does line up with some of these things they're talking about. So now if we go to the actual game and we hit the loading screen, we can look at where all this speculation even comes from, which is their own, seems to be laying a little bit of the groundwork, some small breadcrumbs here and there to get people thinking about changing planets. Not saying that means they're going to change to Planetech V5, but it does seem like a fairly straightforward precursor. My favorite part is these trees get freaking
They can grow to
huge.
be fairly ridiculous in size. It keeps going.
I love it, man. Reminds me of home. Oh, right. As you can see, I have not been in the update yet. So, re-terraformation of settled worlds here on the left-hand side. I'm going to save this screen just in case. Citing the numerous technological advances made in the past few decades, a new startup claims they could adjust the harsh climates on several previously terraformed worlds. While some are heralding the potential opportunity to address past mistakes, we'll get back to that. Critics say that the risk of having another Mars tragedy is too high. Now, everything that comes onto these loading screens generally has to do with stuff going on in the game. There's like little blurbs that are extra fluff, but a lot of this is this stuff going on with gameplay. We've got regen crisis here in the middle, and then we've got some more stuff about the regen situation going on over here that kind of leads into the Onyx facilities. So then there's that terraforming bit on the left-hand side. And they talk about having previous mistakes that are going to be fixed. Now, if you go back to yet another lore drop, looking into Microtech, you will see that the history tells you, wait for it, We'll get there eventually. One of these websites has got to load. There we go. Founded on Earth in 2782 by programmer Magnus Tobin, today Microtech is headquartered in New Babbage on their privately owned planet of Microtech. The planet's cold temperature is ideal for the company's heat-sensitive computing and manufacturing centers. Widespread use of this does not explain. Okay, I'll go to the official one. Maybe they talk about it. Ideal for their Microtech's heat-sensitive. Wait a second. Did they change the lore for Microtech? That really throws a wrench into my theory here. Not only UE law, blah, blah, blah. No, I don't think it's here anymore. Microtech. Whoops. Essentially, when they first released Microtech, or the whole game first system in general, Stanton, with all the different planets, they had reasons for the different things to be a certain way. Crusader was a place where the UEE wanted to build shipyards, but they realized it was too expensive, so they ended up getting rid of the shipyards. See, now this is saying that they do have, but this is like the AI summary. Where is it getting that information from? Okay, here we go. Microtech had its own thing. It's a terraformed planet, thus it is livable, breathable, primarily contains nitrogen and oxygen and trace amounts of argon and carbon dioxide. However, due to a terraforming accident, it actually says it up here, the temperature of Microtech is the result of an error during the UEE terraforming process, which led to an unusually dense cloud production. Microtech produces Moby Glacier, an outstanding piece of digital assistive technology. So, it is, at least on this website page, still built into the fact that this planet is known to have been a terraforming problem or mistake. It does seem to be the place where they are consistently hosting a lot of the improvements that they want to show us for Planet Tech V2.
And this will mean our planets will evolve through the year, and we'll be able to...
And we know that Planet Tech V2 is on the way. Now, if you were going to consider the options for them to do Planet Tech V2, or V5, whatever, the new form of Planet Tech being introduced, you can either choose between Microtech, Hurston, or Pyro's planets. Maybe they'll use one of Pyro's planets. But I do think that all of these signs are pointing towards Microtech getting terraformed sometime soon, and probably laying back a little bit on how freezing cold it is everywhere and snowy, and getting a little bit more into these diverse biomes, the rocks scattering, the trees changing, the forest changing, rivers, lakes, all that kind of stuff is going to change, and I think they just want there to be some kind of cheeky lore description for why it's happening suddenly. So, I don't know if this is an end of the year kind of thing. 75% done with the system in July does not mean it is going to be done anytime soon. It could always take 90% of the time for that last 10%. We don't know. But I think it's coming, and they're hinting at it. And generally when there's stuff in the loading screen, it's only a quarter or two away. Well, not even a quarter or two. It's only like a month or two away. So this could be something that they're planning for 4.4. Just tentatively putting that out there. We can come back to that if I'm wrong or right. Either way. A little update on Microtech and stuff. Thanks for listening. And with that, I think we only have one more thing to overgo here besides questions from chat, which is like we've been going over that as we go. Didn't know about Microtech. Makes that article seem more likely now. Yeah, I do wonder why that other website didn't have that updated. This is the wiki, the Star Citizen wiki I like more. There are two pretty large ones, but I like Star Citizen Tools. I think it usually has pretty up-to-date information. Yeah, we'll see where they go with that. All right, next thing we're going to talk about is underground facilities. Because, like, there's only really one more choice left. New roadmap will not have 4.4. It'll be 4.3.2. We just finished talking about re-terraforming Green Lemon. The exec hangars are functioning again. Managed to swoop a F7A Mark II with the comp boards you collected last update. Nice. How long have executive hangars not been working? Lemon, this will be up on Space Tomato 2 in the next couple of days. So keep an eye out for that. Underground facilities. This is actually a pretty interesting one. I think I'm going to combine this in with the whole 4.3.1 update with Onyx facilities, so that I'm not taking up too much time or making unnecessary videos about things. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anything down here. Last couple of patches, they were broken. Okay. Well, I'm glad they've got them fixed now. I know folks in GII were not really interested in contested zones for a while. .3.1 is here. Star Citizen has a new update for September, and it is expanding underground facilities. But it's also, I think, pointing towards some more stuff that you might enjoy, specifically around underground facilities, but ultimately just where they're headed with the game. We're going to focus on the underground facility part, but we're going to get back to that. First, I just want to show you 4.3.1 and what they're talking about here. Basically, we've been following this storyline for the last few months now, like 4 or 5 months, and it focuses on this Dr. Yorit and his ASD company that's been experimenting with a lot of stuff, honestly, that comes off pretty abusive to living beings, but, you know, it makes for a fun backdrop. They say tortured creatures abandoned in an underground prison, ASD workers and scavengers being eaten alive, but the biggest threat of all, an unstable power core ready to blow and take the evidence of Yorit's sick experiments with it. Ah, yeah, hella sick. You've been through hell, but it doesn't stop there. Site B is open, and more biological samples must be retrieved so we can comprehend what madness was concealed in this pit of depravity. It's your duty to uncover Yorit's deepest hidden secrets and put an end to this stain on humanity. Stain, brother. Literal blood smear on humanity. Okay. The extra stuff that they are talking about with these facilities, I think this has been around for a while, August 16th. But it just got updated for 4.3.1. So let me see if there's anything actually new here. For the most part, this is just like an introduction to tell you to figure these things out, as the first comment is complaining. Honestly, I don't know what people want. Like, they should not be revealing all of this stuff right here on this page, because honestly, inadvertently, that leads to us ruining that stuff for ourselves more. I like some basic info, but I as much as I would want to get all the juicy bits of detail here, I know that if it was there, I would read it out to you guys, because I want to, right? We want to make some exciting discussion, but that kind of takes away some of the surprise. So I appreciate that they hold some stuff back. But really, all they seem to have added here was explore the darkest revelations in the labs, conduct a biomechanical experiment to retrieve more biological samples related to this work. Players will need to retrieve data from the research labs and engineering to perform that experiment in Site B. Okay. Now, to get to my theory. Let me take you back to a video we've watched far too many times this year, because there are a lot of worries, probably mostly from myself. I think most people don't care that much about this, that some of the locations they gave us back in the day, or at least showed us throughout the last several years, were just kind of not happening and had been swallowed up by other initiatives. So one of those things was underground facilities. When they were announced, they looked like this. This looks very familiar to a lot of you, I'm sure. This is what became distribution centers, something that also has taken a little bit of a backseat in development. But one of the things that you'll see in these distribution centers, or underground facilities that they were calling them back then, was multiple levels. Take you to another video where they show us, oh, not this one. Another video where they, which one is it? Yeah, it's this one. So here is the first introduction to these. It's all in gray box, and as you can see, like I said, looks very similar to distribution centers. These locations, I think, took two branching development pipelines. I think that the top section, which they introduced with underground facilities as being like the first part. I don't know if they label it anywhere here. I think I want to say this is the video where they label the locations. Excuse me. They like label the sections and tell us. So this is like the top first section. It's the ground location, right? This is distribution centers. If you watch this video, this is basically the path that they're going on. It's just taking a long freaking time.
So if we go from the top, this is where you trundle down into the UGF on a lovely diagonal elevator.
All right. Listen to what he said right there again.
We've also got our physical elevator spaces. So if we go from the top, this is where you trundle down into the UGF on a lovely diagonal elevator.
Now, that is not the only part of UGFs that we haven't seen yet. If you wanted to go through this whole spreadsheet, you could see all the different values and stuff that they've been working on. But I'm just going to take you forward now to the other video where we do more of the details. He goes inside of the distribution center.
And your rep is...
He still calls it a UGF.
So this, when you first turn up to the UGF, and your rep...
Which leads me to believe that they're not actually different locations. They're just semantics and stuff. But we know all this stuff. This is the lobbies, right? You go down the next layer, and suddenly you are underground in this new location. We also know this area. This is where some of our missions take place if it actually works. But there's a whole bunch more of this location than what we have in game currently. Look at how many different locations and rooms he's walking through until he eventually gets to this elevator here. This elevator, this is the pedestrian elevator, but...
So away we go.
It goes down that diagonal path that he talked about earlier in the video.
Of the, the first sub-level is going to change in every UGF. No, that's going to be procedurally generated, a lot like the rooms as well. Oh, and the elevator's just kind of moving back up. Now you could take the cargo elevator down, that's fine, but that's
so there's the cargo elevator, that's the big boy.
Whereas these pedestrian
that comes down. Yes. But then, like, look at all the space down here,
this
man.
Is a hatch,
tunnels,
so maybe you're sneaking your way under
little hatches.
What's rock? What's
new rooms? Gets like kind of Half-Life vibes. But all this stuff was presented to us in 2023, March. So we ended up getting distribution centers just like a month later, but they didn't have any of that underground stuff. And up until this year, it was kind of like, okay, where are the underground facilities you guys talked about? You can even go into the 1.0 features. And in the location center, they talk about utility tunnels, which are supposed to be part of building interiors for some reason. Building interiors are there as well. But there's nothing here about underground facilities. So when we started to get the Onyx facilities, I was like, this is great. They're getting back into the underground. It's actually working. They're making use of it. But I still wasn't really sure how far they would go. And then I went and I watched this trailer.
I'm grounded on Pyro 4.
And I'm sure some of you have seen this already in-game and can probably confirm this is true. But check this out. Look at what pops up in this trailer. I have YouTube alerts on. Did I miss something?
Where are you?
Recognize this room? This that top area with the elevator, right? And then just a brief second, you can see that they've got this elevator actually going down the track that they talked about all the way back in 2023 to an actual lower location in the underground. That's it. That's it. It's a very, very brief amount of footage, and it doesn't necessarily tell us everything, or it's not like, this doesn't mean that the entirety of all those underground facilities are back. But I think this does show that the stuff that they were showing us back here that was easy to kind of be like, hey, this is, feels like y'all just left this behind. Is this actually going to happen? It's still in their design thoughts. Yeah, not another 6 years. It's the whole point of this is that I do think that there's still, like, this stuff still exists. It might not come into the game in the way that it was presented here, since this was all kind of a design presentation. But these things have not disappeared. And I would say that's not necessary. See, this is the exact same room. Basically, it's a little more dark and abandoned, but you know, you got the elevator here, you got the entrance here. Not all hope is lost for these kinds of things. Sometimes they talk about stuff and it's premature. They just don't do it right. Something else pops up. They need to pivot, whatever it might be. Sometimes this stuff disappears. And so it's hard to know whether or not things are actually canceled or not happening, or if they are happening. But I would just keep it in mind that, like, they might still be heading in a direction where underground facilities and, more importantly, distribution centers are being considered a very important and key part of game places. These could all be very easily instanced locations whenever they get that tech working. These are crazy good opportunities and excuses to have closed off, instanced PvE areas for people to go in and have a set group of folks that can run through all of it without knowing other people are showing up. So I think this is just good information for those who are still hoping for that kind of gameplay and looking forward to it. And from what I'm hearing, the stuff that occurs down in the Onyx facilities has been pretty encouraging to people. Even, I'm not going to name names, but there are a couple people that do a little bit more digging, we'll say, into what's going on in CIG that we're not super sure about the approach last year, towards the end of last year, that are now starting to see these things show up and saying like, okay, maybe they're doing something on a better track than it seemed at that point. You love that there are so many of them that the odds of running into hostile players are lower than Hathor and Lazarus. Oh yeah, those would be hopefully instanced as well at some point. You were talking about water worlds. Oh, well, yeah, I don't know. I don't even really expect to. I kind of don't expect to see a water world, to be honest. But I don't think they've ever actually talked about water worlds in terms of development. I think they just put that in the star map. We can expect Terra City assets to drop sometime soon. Of course! There it is! All proof is there. Duh. They've been using bits and pieces of the UGFs for all the Onyx stuff. Yes, and my hope from here is that we do see UGFs be packaged in with the distribution centers so that we can start to get non-abandoned locations that actually need cargo moved and need minerals mined and things done. It's going to be nice to not just be putting around ASD's old facilities that are broken. Although they did talk about that here too. Derelict underground facilities was totally part of this initiative.
Maybe it's acidic. And also if we're describing these locations as maybe some are more abandoned. We could start to showcase how nature slowly started to take over. This also...
So not necessarily nature, but like this is all part of the... And you could just keep saying things and eventually you'll be right. So like, not to be like, oh, they're doing perfect, but I'm just glad, if you can't tell, I am just very glad to know this stuff is still involved in the development. There's art from CIG about the planet and landing zone. Yeah, and Goss, that's the, I don't know if we're ever going to get that in game, to be honest. I think it's Saise in the Goss system. There's also there's another planet, a water planet. They've released some concept images for it. I just don't think with the way that they're making the game now, I think we'll see. I think they want there to be a lot of gameplay on these planets, so they'll have to have some land or something. With base building party, you really hopes we can build underground facilities. That'd be interesting. Hi. Hi. Why are you looking at me? Oh, I'm good. All right. Mrs. Tomato just came over here looking all fabulous and looked at me, and she's like, why are you staring at me? Why do you think, girl? So yeah, that's my diatribe, my rant about the possibility of underground facilities going further. I've also seen it possibly a little bit leaked that there might be some other details about underground facilities. I won't really talk about that here. I'm sure that'll make it into the general news scene over the next few weeks or maybe a month. But that's about what I had on the underground, on 4.3.1, on the direction it's going. Development updates. We're going to get into this hopefully on Friday and actually see the new update ourselves. But it sounds like it's pretty fun. People are enjoying it. And I think that's everything I had. Now, oh yeah, and Herster Dynamics won the race for Stanton. I was planning on doing a video talking about this event, but I think I've been away for too long. It's kind of out of the focus. So maybe we could talk about this a little bit later, but Hurston won, big surprise. There are some things they could probably do to fix this, and yeah, we'll get to that next week, I think. We have covered enough topics for today. I think most of the stuff that I have missed. We still got to go over Star Citizen Live next week. We'll do a full read-through on that if you guys want like a detailed commentary or whatever, but this has been kind of the stuff that I had some inkling was going on throughout the last couple of weeks that I missed that I wanted to discuss with you guys. And it's funny because I have, when I'm thinking about doing these with you, I have all these great lines and like thoughts and things, and I'm like, yeah, they'll really vibe with that. And then I get in front of the camera with the mic, ready to go over them, and I'm just sitting here going in circles. I need to start writing stuff down. I never really script out these videos, but I think that would help if I found time to do that at some point. Either way, I hope you got good information from this. I hope you learned something new today, maybe some entertainment. Maybe if you're new to the stream, thank you, honestly, for sticking around this whole time. The vibes are usually pretty consistent with what we had today. Debates, conversations, some deep dives into development, adding context to the news that's going on throughout the weeks. Generally, I'm just trying to be a source for better understanding in this crazy mess of a game development. Obviously, also, I want to touch on other space games. Jump Space is a big one. We'll be doing that one here soon. Exodus, Osiris Reborn, Stellaris had an update we'll talk about. Verse Project is a big one. Star Rupture. There's a whole bunch of stuff. I just love the genre. So if you are new here, or maybe this is your third or fourth time or something being here, please consider coming by. Check it out again. Join us live. Ask some questions. Throw stuff in chat. I try to pay attention and answer everything I can. But honestly, I just have a fantastic time getting to talk about a passion with people who also like the passion, hear some different opinions, and maybe tweak your brain a little bit, get you thinking like my messed up tomato brain every once in a while. Now, we've got even better things to do. We're gonna go do some cooking. I am sick, so today we're making some chicken noodle soup from scratch. We're raising the chickens. We are harvesting the wheat. We're mixing it all together. No, I'm kidding. We're making it with the ingredients, but it is the tomatoes chicken noodle soup. And Mrs. Tomato will be making some bread from scratch. That's gonna be real yummy. And then for dessert, we're actually making some crepes as well. So I implore you, join us. The links are in the chat right now. ! Cooking will make them pop up. Or if you're on Twitch, we're gonna raid right into that channel right now. But this is something we do every Wednesday. It's a chance for us to chill, talk with the community, ask some more wild questions, get a little bit more out there in the topics. We could talk more about our trip we just took, talk about CitizenCon plans, what's going on in gaming right now, or even what's going on in like TV and shows and stuff. I kind of want to talk about The Expanse to y'all. We just started reading the books again. You're already on the channel waiting? Should be live. If you're on Twitch, you'll get rated right into it. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit up that link that I just sent over. That one is going to send you in, and hope to see you over there so we could do some more talking. Thank you Thank you everybody for being here today. God, sorry, I'm still new to this. Hope you had a good time. Thanks to the supporters of Toes Gang. Y'all are awesome. I will see you on Friday for some more fresh gameplay and streaming. Actually, we'll be doing some org stuff on Friday. And then on Saturday, Jump Space with the devs from the studio who makes it. Thanks again for being here, folks. Catch you in a couple minutes downstairs. Peace.